What's up? Are y'all ready for a nerd party? It's the last stream of 2024, people. It's going to be a blast. If for no other reason, then I'm going to be toasted and you'll all be able to laugh at me being toasted. So that in and of itself should be enough of a draw, because laughing at people who humiliate themselves in public is, frankly, whether we want to admit it or not, pretty much always fun. So, between that and the nerdy news I got, we should have a pretty good motherfucking time tonight, y'all. So, join me. Fill your cup. Light your smoke. And get ready to get nerdy, because it is the final stream of 2024. And therefore, it is a nerd party. What is happening, y'all? Ignore this massive, I don't know where the fuck this shit came from next to my nose on my face. Just pretend it's not there, even though that's going to be literally impossible because it's all big and red and glowy. And I pointed it out because that was smart. What up, Brooke? Almost a new year, it is. Oh, do I need to join Josh in the new year, new me kind of thing, or I don't think I have like an over toxicity problem to overcome the way he kind of does. I mean, I can try and grow one for a change. Like I could see how I can try and see how toxic I can possibly get, but that would be fuck all that. So it's New Year, same me. Just hopefully with more subscribers. Well, you know what? In and of itself, that means it's got to be a new me somehow or other, because something got to change if I wants the channel to grow. It is going to be crazy, Brooke. That is true. Especially in the world of the nerd. So I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're ready for a fun stream. We got all kinds of fun stuff to talk about. Sony CEO is, well, probably causing his entire PR department acid reflux, if not actual heart attacks. Maybe some loose bowels. People are making a big deal about the state of the Spider-Man 4 script. Evidently, there's more nerves than not behind the scenes when it comes to Superman. And last night on the Hot Mic, Jeff Snyder even hinted that there is potential for the Fantastic Four to switch spots with, what would that be, the newest Predator movie. So, yeah, I remember Gunther. He popped in the Discord for like a hot minute, too. I remember him, now that you mention him. So what's happening, everybody? You ready? Cheers. So what's happening with y'all? What's going on? Oh, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you came to hang out tonight. Even if it was just in the hopes of me being extraordinarily stupid. That's a valid reason. In my mind. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about Nosferatu, Brooke. I want to see it. I don't know if I want to see it in the theaters, but I definitely want to see it at some point. I hear it's really good. What are you guys thinking of What If? Like, that is always a classic. Like, I'm now a few episodes behind. Like, the last episode I watched was that weird-ass Howard the Duck one. That was just creepy. Allegedly, today's was pretty good. Supposedly tomorrow and Mondays, which are the last two, are going to be pretty good. That's the word on the streets. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to catch up. I'm going to watch it all, but it's just like not even. Despite what a lot of people say about season 2, I had an easier time getting through season 2. I am disappointed in What If season 3. What's up, Alan? How you been, man? Good to see ya. Oh yeah, your logo reminds me the road to the Super Bowl in the AFC does now go through Kansas City. As of, what was that, last night when they won? With their most recent win, Thursday night, whatever it was. Was that on Christmas Day? Oh yeah, that was on the Netflix thing. Yep, you're right. Yeah. Merry Christmas, Chiefs fans. The Super Bowl, the road path to the Super Bowl goes through Kansas City for the AFC. You've been great. Awesome. Now, if my Lions can win out, then that same road through the NFC coming right through the D, motherfuckers. Right through here. Unless by some miracle Minnesota loses this week. Who the fuck are they even playing? I forget. But yeah, if they lose this week and then we beat San Francisco, then we won't have to worry about week 18 being quite as pivotal for our seeding. Our seeding will be assured at that point. They play the Packers? Okay. All right, so I was a week off. Okay, this is the week. My awesome community. That we are all Green Bay fans. Yes. Only out of necessity. But we all got to root for fucking Green Bay. While simultaneously rooting for the Lions to beat Frisco. No offense, Delta Dan, if you're just lurking. Love you. But we must break you. You know, for not being Crown Apple, that's a decent ass apple. Little. Yeah. No. I've definitely had much worse. Yeah. The booze of choice this evening. Some apple-flavored whiskey. Oh, shit. I didn't even grab a can of that vanilla. I just dumped my Diet Coke in it. I'm getting a lot more of the apple. Mm-hmm. But the balance that you had with the vanilla and the apple is... Yeah. For sure. So, if you're into the sports balls, there's the sports balls for the evening. Go Lions. God damn it. Go Packers. Okay. So, let's see. Where shall we begin? Unfortunately, a lot of this news tonight involves me having to shit on people. Or maybe that's not so unfortunate, depending. You know what? I will take that, Alan. Chiefs Lions Super Bowl 59. I'm here for that. Especially if it involves Harrison Butker taking another injury. That fucking piece of shit. Anyway. See? I'm already down the road to cancellation. Already on the road to cancellation. I've taken my first steps down the road. Yeah, Chiefs can go right up until February, and after that, at least if the Lions are in the Super Bowl. If anyone else from the NFC is in there, then yeah, I don't care. Let the Chiefs stomp their ass. Where shall we begin this evening with the news? this looks like fun. Because the ridiculousness. Alright, how do I get rid of this big goddamn ad? That's how. Alright. What up, Hunter Iggy? What is my thoughts? Thank you for coming in, by the way. Appreciate you stopping by. What is my thoughts on people using the... Are you talking... You mean the Hollywood Reporter report? THR report that say James Gunn test screening is bad? Well, the Hollywood Reporter, like other publications such as Variety and Deadline and The Wrap, sort of, although they're kind of on the outside, they are all owned by a lot of the same people that also own the studios. So basically, the trades, instead of becoming actual Hollywood journalistic outputs, are basically, at this point, mouthpieces for the studios. What's up, C-Dub? Which basically means that if they print it, the studios allowed them to print it. A perfect example is, I don't know if you remember, this is a little bit after, oddly enough, which is, we're going to be talking about the show Andor here next. After Andor came out, I can't remember, I think it was, which trade was it? Wasn't Variety. It was either Deadline or the Hollywood Reporter put out a story about how Lucasfilm was going to ask Tony Gilroy to basically Kevin Feige their Star Wars and write a bunch of shit and do a bunch of shit. That article didn't even last 5 hours before it was taken down. So, the trades can't just randomly print anything at this point. They got to get the permission, essentially. So if THR is reporting that James Gunn test screening went bad, James Gunn's test screening went bad, and it's definitely something to talk about. Matter of fact, it's on my agenda. So, yep, that's my thoughts on people using that. Like, the trades are probably... I mean, technically, the trades are more reliable than scoopers, just because when it comes out in them, it's because the studio allows it, so that basically means it's the truth. When it comes out in the trades, regardless of whether it comes directly from the studios or not, it's basically an official announcement of one kind. It's official. It's real. So that is that. Oh, I know he gets the last say, but he's outranked by David Zaslav. James only runs DC Studios. He does not run Warner Brothers. And DC Studios is still Warner Brothers property. So, if the trades get permission from Warner Brothers to print something, they can print it whether or not James Gunn likes it. Because he's not the boss. He's a boss, but he is not the boss. So always keep that in mind. He is outranked. Yeah, I don't know. The full details have not come out. Jeff Snyder talked about it a bit on the hot mic last night. We might try and cue that up later just for shits and giggles. But yeah. So, but as I said, the fact that that one Andor story got retracted, or Star Wars story got retracted, pretty much tells you the studios have full control over what comes out in the trades. And speaking of Andor, did y'all hear how much this motherfucker cost? This article is from Forbes. This Paul Tassi guy, he writes good shit. Disney's $645 million Andor budget, holy shit, shows how it's lost control of Star Wars. Intriguing. The future of Disney Star Wars remains unclear. Oh yeah, but this latest bit of news must produce a reckoning inside the company of what exactly they're doing here and how much longer this can possibly continue. Fellow Forbes contributor Carolyn Reed has reported, via Disney's own disclosures, that the total cost of Andor on Disney Plus will be a stunning $645 million between two seasons, with $290 million spent on season 2. Again, this is straight out Disney's own financials due to disclosure rules in the UK. Your initial thought may be, well, Andor is great, so surely Disney must think it's worth spending that much. But Disney is not in the charity business, and despite the fact that, yes, you could certainly argue that Andor is the actual best thing Disney's entire Star Wars era has produced, from a technical standpoint, that is a reasonably valid argument. Yes, it has nowhere near the viewership that would justify those kinds of costs. Also, very true, despite what Andor stands would like to think. Just because there are a few of you that loved the fuck out of that show doesn't mean that everybody watched it. Unfortunately for you guys, the opposite is the case. Those that did watch it very much enjoyed it. That is a fact. But it is also a fact that not that many people watched the fucking show. As recently as last year, Andor was reportedly the least watched Disney Plus Star Wars project behind all the others, starring more names like Ahsoka, Obi-Wan, Anakin, Boba Fett, and the OG Mando and Grogu. At baseline, Andor is about one of the dudes from Rogue One, whom we know is going to die. Just a quick update of that. Acolyte is now the least watched show. Disney Plus, live action, Star Wars project. Andor is now the second least watched. Be interesting to see if Skeleton Crew can surpass Andor or not. I don't think so. I think it's going to do better than the Acolyte. So I think after Skeleton Crew's over, again, it's an entertaining show, but the damage to Star Wars is so bad, not many people are watching it, especially with the most recent Star Wars project being the Acolyte. Do you remember, like, was Solo a great movie? No. Was it as bad as it looked? No. Solo got crushed by the backlash from TLJ, and something very similar is happening with Skeleton Crew. But just like the Marvels was nowhere near as bad as what its box office indicated. That was the sins of phases 4 and 5 landing upon that movie's head. So, moving on. Of course, the show is truly excellent on a technical level, yes. But again, the show did not pull viewership that would justify that kind of budget. I'm not sure if it would if it was the number one show on Netflix, pulling in billions of minutes watched. These numbers are out of control, said numbers being budgetary numbers. After Andor aired, oh, see, they get to it. The Acolyte then became the least watched Disney Star Wars show and was canceled for the plainly stated reason that its viewership did not justify the cost. No shit. The show reportedly cost $230 million for its first season. I thought that jumped to like $250 or so, but whatever. Or no, it jumped from $180 to $230. That's what it was. Now we have Skeleton Crew, which may again now be the least watched Disney Plus Star Wars series, or it could pass Acolyte. We'll see. But still with a budget of $120 million. It remains to be seen if it will be renewed for season 2, but it does not seem likely at this point, as the show is not charting in streaming top 10 lists, despite topping Disney Plus's own internal one. Disney has veered so hard into almost nothing but streaming Star Wars content that it's completely lost control of the situation with these ballooned budgets and viewership that simply cannot, under any circumstances, justify that. Preach! Disney was scared off making more theatrical films after Solo underperformed, and that was more, again, because they fucked up The Last Jedi. But its streaming run has produced really only one major hit, The Mandalorian, but a string of high-profile, hugely expensive failures more recently. So far as we know, only Ahsoka is getting a second season, likely 3 years after the first one aired, and Andor only got a season 2 in the first place because that deal was secured ahead of time. You can imagine that the show may have been canceled with that budget and that viewership had the original deal not been in place. At that point in time, unfortunately, probably not. What up, Griff? Thank you for the donation, my guy. Appreciate you. You're the awesomest. And in case any of you are wondering what I'd be referring to, Griff brought it up and the community ratified it that I put my PayPal link in my channel description and in my chats and shit. So pinned at the top of the chat is my PayPal link. If for whatever reason you guys want to show me some tangible love before I can through YouTube. I've got the watch hours. I just need the subs. So I expect nothing but if, like, you know, if something moves you, pinned at the top of the chat. But what's even more important is just hit the like, the subscribe, and the notification bell. Those are the primary buttons things I want you to click or tap or whatever. And then, after all that is done, if you feel the need to do more, then you can go to the top of the chat. Anyway, back to shitting on Lucasfilm. But yeah, no, at that point in time, reality had not set in yet, so they probably still would have greenlit season 2. I must disagree with that point. I remember hearing some fans say that Disney needs its Agatha all along for Star Wars, a very cheap series that performed well, a departure from most Marvel projects. Some replies saying that was Andor, but it was not cheap, given that it was very grounded compared to other series that have sprawling lightsaber fights and frequent space battles. Instead, 2 seasons are costing $2/3 of $1 billion. As much as we all appreciate Disney throwing money into the ether so we can get a series as good as Andor, this cannot go on for much longer on its Star Wars side, and I have to believe we're going to see a flip back to films and away from so many huge budgeted streaming productions soon enough, though it's having plenty of trouble getting those projects off the ground on that side too. The only actual movie that's coming out soon, The Mandalorian and Grogu, a spin-off of its only mega hit streaming series. Shockingly, I added the shockingly, Disney has not yet responded to requests for comment. Well, that was a pretty fucking succinct and well-written article. And not just because I agree with 98% of it, 99% of it. Not because I already thought most of that. What up, Jared? That's a well-written article because it clearly illustrates the absolutely horrific business decisions that Lucasfilm has been making and the cost of those decisions. And it points out the pure insanity of spending that much on a fucking TV show. Oh, and they're not the only ones. We've all heard of Rings of Power, correct? They spent way too much money on that motherfucker, and it still didn't do well. Well, I don't know if I could exactly put it that way. It did get a fair chunk of viewership. But it underperformed. That, you can definitely say. Rings of Power underperformed. And they spent well over $200 million on the first season of that. So it's not like Lucasfilm is alone in this pool of overspending and shitty returns. They're not. I mean, you could very easily throw Marvel into that bunch. I mean, a lot of Phases 4 and 5 was spending too much money on stuff that was crap. So, I mean, Sony. Oh, and we're going to get to Sony later. But just to tap on that one, the SSU. A lot of money spent, mostly crap. So, Lucasfilm is not alone, okay? Let's be real here. Let's be honest with ourselves. Lucasfilm is not alone. How our nerdy franchises and studios and whatever, all of them, for the last at least 3 years, some for longer, have been doing a bunch of stupid shit and spending a lot of money on a lot of shit that they shouldn't have been spending on. This is all of them. Right? I mean, them's just the facts. This is all of them. However, Marvel has learned. We've seen a lot of evidence of it so far. Granted, next year we're still gonna have to. Next year we're gonna have to survive the project dump of Phase 4 and 5's Disney Plus leftovers. Okay, we are gonna have to slog through that. But we just got to remember not to confuse the release date from when it was actually conceived of. Very, very little of what's coming out on Disney Plus next year from Marvel is like true new mentality Phase 6 stuff. Daredevil Born Again is. Okay? Movie-wise, the only movie that's technically completely done in the revamped Marvel mentality is Fantastic Four. I mean, Thunderbolts, they did a shit ton of changes on it, and those trailers have it looking pretty good. I'm way more, I have a much higher level of anticipation for that movie now than I did a few months ago. Cap 4, I haven't really changed on Cap 4. I'm just hoping I walk out of the theater going, cool. That's all I'm asking for from that movie, is just to be able to walk out the theater and go, you know what? Cool. That's all I need from that movie. I expect more from Thunderbolts, and I expect a shit ton from Fantastic Four. But Marvel's learned. Sony, even though it was literally only within the last 3 weeks, Sony has learned. We all heard the reports. Although the latest word has been they're pausing everything outside of working on Spider-Man 4, Spider-Man Noir, and Beyond the Spider-Verse. They've learned. Even claiming it's just a pause and not them going, yeah, we're not doing that shit ever again. Is not exactly the same thing. It's still indicative of them going, yeah, we done fucked up, and realizing they fucked up and going, okay, we know Spider-Man 4 is going to be popular. Let's roll with that. Let's get Spider-Man Noir going, because that looks like it could be really good. From the very little info that's out there, all of it looks good. I think that show has a lot of potential. I'll put it that way. Spider-Man Noir has a lot of potential. And of course, Beyond the Spider-Verse. They got to get that shit done. Although that's looking more and more like a 2027 release. Anyway. But Sony is even now, finally, learning. Lucasfilm. There's been one indicator that someone somewhere is paying attention, and that was the cancellation of Acolyte Season 2. And I cannot in any way know this for a fact. But given that 5 or 6 Rey movies are still on the table. Now there's buzz about trying to cram Rogue Squadron back into the mix. Outside of the cancellation of Acolyte Season 2, everything else tells me Lucasfilm hasn't learned shit, which tells me that the decision to cancel Acolyte Season 2 came from above Ms. Kennedy. Because just like James Gunn and just like Kevin Feige doesn't run Disney, he just runs Marvel. And it's not just Marvel Studios anymore. He's the CCO of motherfucking Marvel. Period. But he still answers to Bob Iger. Kathy still answers to Bob Iger. Gunn answers to David Zaslav. Rothman answers to Sony CEO, whose name escapes me, but we'll be reminded of it here in a little while. So, yeah, Lucasfilm still got to figure it out, or be made to figure it out. How or why that hasn't happened like 3 years ago is beyond me. It's beyond everybody. But yeah, it's in the grand scheme, at this point, does it really matter how much Andor cost? No. But it is an illustration of Lucasfilm's continued ineptitude in managing their franchise. So, Young Guns, love that movie. What's up, Rob? My brother. Hey, Matthew. And you don't have to apologize, dude. I'm just glad you're here. Matthew says, Disney has no idea what they're doing with Star Wars. There's no one direction, no captain of the team, so to speak, like when it was clear George was in charge. Well, see, no, it's not that there's no captain of the team. It's that the captain sucks ass. She bad. She bad at her job. Kathy is the captain. She's the one who's maintained the culture and the tone of Star Wars since 2012. Murray had never seen it? Wow. What'd she think? Yeah, so it's this. The problem isn't not having a captain. The problem is the captain is bad. Like, bad at her job. Don't worry, we're going to talk about more people in charge who are bad at their jobs here in a little while. What do you guys think of this shit, though? The massiveness of the Andor budget. Although Brooks right, he brought up that, yeah, the news is that Andor Season 2 should have a fair chunk more action. She says it was okay. No, that is the word on the streets, is that Andor Season 2 is going to have a lot more action, and it kind of has to, considering they have to cram, it's a 12-episode season, right? And they're literally cramming 1 year of activity into 3-episode arcs to cover the last 4 years of Cassian Andor's life prior to the events of Rogue One. So yeah, the pacing, pretty much everything about the first season of Andor that made us want to go to fucking sleep, should be addressed. There's no saving Star Wars anyways. Hey, Justin. I mean, Star Wars can be brought out of this goobly glob pile of smelly flaming poo that it's in now. It can be pulled out of there. It can be hosed off. But there's absolutely no chance that it will ever reach the heights it used to be at, for sure. That is for damn sure. Like, way too much brand damage has been done for it to ever get back to that point, or even close to it. It can return to the status of good. Kids don't care about it now. I mean, yeah, a lot of them don't anymore. But the adults around them don't really have a reason to be excited about it either. If they get excited again, some of the kids will come along for the ride. Acolyte budget should have been used for the Kenobi show. I don't know specifically the Acolyte budget, but a ton of the budget should have been used for the Kenobi show. I mean, we're talking $645 million for Andor versus $90 million for Kenobi. Kenobi, the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, featuring the two biggest stars from the prequels, got 1/7 the total budget of Andor. The lead character in a filling this chunk of timeline movie. That, in and of itself, is goddamn ridiculous and a complete travesty. And it just shows how bad Kathleen is at her job. All those Star Wars titles could be good if they fix writing, pacing, strikes, and yet, well, yeah, they got to fix a lot of shit. I mean, the sad part is if it. A lot of them, if it's just a matter of, having one little thing wrong, like, okay, take a show. The writing's good. The story arcs were pretty good. The acting was good, but it was just slow. It would still be a good show and it would still probably get watched, but people would just be like, God damn, that was a bit slow. They need to fix that shit. Problem with Star Wars shows is they don't have just one issue. They have like most, if not all, the issues. That's the problem. Her strength is in producing and executive producing. Doesn't mean she's a bad person to be a bad fit for chairperson of Lucasfilm. Well, I never said she's a bad person, but she is absolutely horrific at running Lucasfilm. Horrific. Jared! There's a Star Wars should still be able to be a big franchise, but no way it's going back to biggest in the world or even close to that. Yeah, I totally agree with that. It definitely can get big again. Like, I mean, it is still a global phenomenon. Like, they wouldn't be holding Celebration 2025 in Tokyo if it wasn't. However, it didn't used to just be a global presence. It used to be the global presence. And that it'll never be again. It can go back up a few notches. It can get bigger again. But, yeah, its former glory will never be seen. Ever. Kids just don't understand. No, they don't. We didn't back in the day either. Rick says, I remember the days Josh would have videos dedicated for Star Wars stuff. Now he doesn't anymore. Shows how times have changed. Yeah. And he says, Lucas figured she co-founded Ablin and was Steven's partner there. She was a person who could grow into the responsibility of first being VP and then chairwoman. Yeah, well, unfortunately, George was very, very wrong, as the last 12 years have shown us. They don't even know what Star Wars is at Lucasfilm anymore. Yeah, that's pretty obvious at this point. Pretty obvious. Oh no, it's profitable now, Brooke. It's just not good. And it's shrinking. They still make a shit ton of money on merch and the parks. Although most of the merch money does come from OT and prequel stuff. Back to what Will Smith was all in. I thought that's what you were doing. Little parents just don't understand. A little switcheroo on that one. Parents just don't understand. Yeah. All right. Any further thoughts on the dumbassery at Lucasfilm before we switch to the dumbassery at other studios? YouTube numbers also show that Star Wars talk doesn't trend. I mean, unless you're Star Wars Theory or one of the hate bait channels, yeah, that's very true. And even all their numbers are down. Disney's Star Wars box office profits failed to cover cost of them buying Star Wars? Actually, no, they didn't. Well, maybe strictly the box office ones did, but once you throw merch and the rest of the end, they're fine. They're fine. It says, now too much corporate boardrooms and inflated budgets, too many executives, and second guessing when it's not warranted and not meddling when it is. Yeah, there's definitely a balance to be achieved between the business and the creative sides of these studios. You got to have a good balance of both. Because it's been proven by multiple studios that oh shit, my train of thought derailed. I gotta reread the comment now. Too much. Oh yeah, the balance. Yeah, a good example of that is you know what? Let's go with Marvel for a minute. A good balance of executive meddling when they should and and not meddling when they should have is phases 4 and 5. Kevin Feige firmly had his hands on the reins for the first 3 phases of the MCU. But then it was mandated that, we got to get some Disney Plus content made now. So he's like, all right, well, I've got the end of this multiverse saga to make humongous, minimum as humongous as the end of the Infinity Saga was. So I am going to lean on you guys. I'm going to lean on you, Nate Moore. I'm going to lean on you, Brad Winterbaum. I'm going to lean on you, Victoria Alonso. I'm going to lean on you, Louis Desposito. And I need you guys to handle business, the more immediate business, while I take care of the big shit that's coming. And then we got what we got. Right? So, with the, as we all know, beginning with Daredevil Born Again, and this is, at least from a fan point of view, one of the benefits of the writer's strike is Kevin got the opportunity to see what they were doing with Daredevil and go, oh my God, fuck no. You're all fired, and we're starting this shit over. And that was the key for him to go back into, all right, fuck this noise. This shit needs to be fixed now. I can't keep fucking around and holding my attention to these last 3 or 4 things. I gotta get in here and fix this shit. And that's what he started to do. So there's an example of when an executive should have been in and when an executive should not have been in. Then you got the opposite thing over at Lucasfilm, which is where Kathleen Kennedy will not get her nose out of business despite years upon years of showing that her ideas and her plans are not working. It's like she's literally the only person on the planet that doesn't know that. C-Dub says, Kathy, openly wearing shirts that says the Force is female is incredibly sexist in my opinion. She isn't a good person. She openly promotes sexism and prejudices. How to address this one? I don't know if I'd go so far as to say she openly promotes sexism. I would say that her efforts to promote positive things like diversity, equity, and inclusion were executed in the absolute worst way possible. That's what I would say. See, I don't know if that was her, if that was Disney itself, C-Dub. More than likely, that was Disney itself. That was probably an Iger or a Chapek thing. I can't remember who was in charge at that point. Yeah, honest, that's one of the few things I don't think she would have done on her own. I feel like that one came above her. Came from above her. What up, Noah? What up, Harris? What's going on, MFer? Oh, you're on a plane. Cool. Yeah, no, I don't think Kathy's trying to be sexist. I think she's trying to promote. No, seriously. I think she's trying to promote good things, just did it in the absolute worst way possible. And naturally, it blew up in her fucking face and gave us all kinds of dipshits to deal with. Like your Nerdrotics and your Geeks and Gamers and your Melvins. Force of female isn't a sexist statement? Not really. I mean, you can choose to believe that. I don't think she was being sexist. I think she was trying to promote her viewpoint and chose the wrong fucking way to do it. They did Luke dirty in Last Jedi? Yes, they did. What they did to Luke was like a middle finger to Gen X. Yeah, I agree with that shit too. Oh, I'm not saying it doesn't still need to happen, Noah. I am not saying that at all. I'm just saying it needs to be done correctly. Like, prime example, the Spider-Verse movies. X-Men 97. The Boys. Barbie. There are others. The Force is no gender period. I mean, yeah, that's true. I mean, technically, if you want to go that route, always calling God he is the exact same thing, because there's God is also genderless. He's pure spirit. So she was aiming to be counterculture, and she did it wrong. That's the problem. She had the right ideas. Just the way she chose to execute them was goddamn ridiculous, and did more to hurt, like far more to hurt the communities that she was trying to help than actually helping them. Which is, when you think about it on a broader scope than just the Star Wars franchise, even worse than what it did specifically to the Star Wars franchise. Like we're talking, she literally set movement back with the way she executed this shit. That's the problem. Problem isn't that she wanted to do it. Problem is the way she chose to do it not only didn't work, but actually regressed things. That's the big thing. God. Been leaning on this arm too long and my fucking hand fell asleep. Oh my god. Yes, better. Yep. Don't like the out of box that shit and say if you don't do it right, you shouldn't do it at all. Well, I mean, that's not 100% inaccurate. Because if you do it wrong, it's not just, oops, okay, and then it's not a problem anymore. There's lasting effects to the communities that you just done fucked over by being the opposite of helpful. That's the only issue with that, is if you do something like, if you try and progress things, anything, doesn't matter if it's an ideal, if it doesn't matter if it's like a political viewpoint or religious viewpoint or whatever. If you try and progress things and you do it badly, it doesn't just, it's not just a bump in the road of progression. It is literally moving shit back every time. So yeah, you better be damn careful when you do stuff. You definitely should. We should be progressing these things. We should be progressing persons of color. We should be progressing the LGBTQ plus community. We should be bringing them more into the forefront. But if you don't do it right, it's not just going to like pause things for a minute. You will literally be setting all those communities back years when you fuck up. And that's what Kathleen Kennedy unfortunately has done in her tenure at Lucasfilm. Complete misfire in Indiana. I didn't even watch that movie, so I can't speak on that too hard. I can just speak on what I saw as the results, and yeah, they done fucked that up too. Poor Well, I would say poor Harrison Ford, but now he's Thunderbolt Ross. For at least 2 movies, 3 probably. Obviously Cap 4. I would say definitely Secret Wars and maybe Doomsday as well. Harrison Ford going to be all right. Collins. Yeah, I'd have to totally restart this shit on, or actually I could do it through Discord, I guess. Maybe later when I'm more drunk. But yeah, that's the only problem is, and it sucks. It'd be nice if like someone did like a bad job at helping the communities and it wouldn't set anyone back. It would just be like, okay, it's a bump in the road, but fuck that, we're still good wherever. It don't work like that though. Especially not when the fuck up happens in something as big as Star Wars. You know? The bigger the stage, the more damage you do when you fuck up. I mean, the opposite also is true. The bigger the stage, the more help you can be when you do it right. Like, both are true. But you better goddamn well do it right. Or you're not going to be helping people. You're going to be hurting them. You're only saying Discord real fast. Well, Happy New Year, Harris. Have a good flight. I don't know how long you're going to be flying, but have a good flight. Get home safe. All right. Well, that was fun. We're going to move on now. Who do I want to... Who is next out there for me to poop on? And if y'all don't get that freaking reference, I don't know what to tell you. Do I want to go with this one or do I want to go with this one? Eeny, meeny, chili, beanie. Find a chick to touch your weenie. All right. What's up, Matt? How you doing tonight, brother? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Let me know when it is, Harris. C-Dub says, statement itself is literally sexist. Nowhere in Star Wars history has it needed to be said that females can be force sensitive. Anyone can be. That's not a message that needs to be stated. Needed? Ha, funny. Funny, Rob. Funny, funny, funny. Either tomorrow morning or next Sunday? All right, cool. I will agree. There was no need for her to whip out those t-shirts at all. But, again, I don't think she was intending it to be what it was taken as. But she done fucked up. She picked the worst way to try and get her message out. And that's a problem. You're still not even off the ground yet? That's funny. I can tell you, if it's tomorrow, I'm not going to be able to make it. I have to go sand drywall. Second star to the right and straight on to the morning. Oh, fuck yeah. You know, that's something I think we could all use as a good new Peter Pan movie. Live action, animated, I don't care. Y'all remember Hook? I love that fucking movie. That is such a good movie. And who better to play an adult child than Robin Williams? Or an adult that travels back to childhood mentally and emotionally, but still blends the best of both. Fucking Robin Williams, bro. God damn, I miss that dude. Oh no, you're damn right there. She did make a bold statement. Didn't make sense. That didn't make sense to start with. That is true. Yes, she's the face of the company. Hook is one of your all-time favorites? No, it says sanding is therapeutic. It is. I will agree with that right up until the point where my wrist, elbow, and shoulder start to hurt simultaneously, and then the therapy needs to change. But yeah, watching excess mud get sanded off the wall to where it's all nice and smooth, there is a certain amount of therapy in that. I do agree. Did anyone see the David Lowery Peter Pan with Jude Law from 2 years ago? Never saw it, so I don't know how good it is or not. I don't even remember the existence of that, but now I'm going to have to go look. Now I'm going to have to go look. Have I missed it? Has Peter Pan not hit in fair use yet? Like a bunch of that, like all the other Disney stuff that one company is turning into a horror movie universe? Dabbing and sanding does sound a bit ASMR. And yeah. Yeah. All right. I don't know if y'all heard this, but the Batman Part D has been delayed for yet another full year. It was originally supposed to come out next year. Yeah, the Winnie the Pooh horror. That's crazy what they're all like. They do, like, I've seen they're building a whole literal interconnected Disney horror character little universe thing there. It's nuts. But yes, the Batman 2, by some, long awaited. They're going to be waiting even longer. That puppy has now been delayed. Initially, it was delayed from this year to next year in October. And now it has been delayed yet again another full year to October of 2027. Did y'all hear about this shit? This was just announced yesterday. So, of course, everyone wants to know, what the fuck? What is happening with this goddamn movie? Well, as per usual, James Gunn came out and made a public statement on the social medias. DC Studios head James Gunn is defending the delay of the Batman 2 to 2027. It was announced Friday that Matt Reeves' follow-up to 2022's The Batman was postponed from October 2nd, 2026 to October 1st, 2027. Oh, sorry, not a full year, 364 days. Which sparked some online backlash from fans concerned by the 5-year hold. Gunn took to threads later that day to quell any doubts surrounding the push, writing that it is fairly common for big-budget titles to have lengthy gaps before a sequel is released. To be fair, a 5-year gap or more is fairly common in sequels, Gunn wrote on threads. 7 years between Alien and Aliens, 14 years between Incredibles, 7 years between the first 2 Terminators, 13 years between Avatars, 36 years between Top Guns, and of course, 6 years between Guardians Volume 2 and Volume 3. Gunn had earlier posted on threads to confirm the delay of the Batman 2, writing that the only reason the film was pushed was because a full script had yet to be completed. Matt Reeves is committed to making the best film he possibly can, and no one can accurately guess exactly how long a script will take to write, Gunn wrote. Once there's a finished script, there's around 2 years for pre-production shooting and post-production on big films. No shit! Gunn, who took over DC in 2022 with British film Peter Safran, blah, 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 yippee, dippy, 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 doodle. Okay. Oh, James Gunn. A 5-year gap or more is fairly common in sequels. Is that so? I saw a most excellent repost to this. See if I can find it, because I didn't think to pull it up before. Sorry, I gotta get past all this. Jesus criminy. There it is. Okay. So, Gunn offered this little list about why about 5-year gaps or more being fairly common in sequels. Well, naturally, someone who knows a shit ton about movies was going to come along and reveal exactly how goddamn ridiculous that statement was. And in this case, I have John Roca to thank for that shit. His post goes as follows. I wish Gunn would come out and just say that there is personal stuff going on with Matt Reeves behind the scenes, which some scoopers are hinting at, and what strongly hinted at on the hot mic by his buddy Jeff Snyder, said personal things, and that we all need to be patient while Reeves navigates that and writes the Batman Part 2 script. We'd understand. We all go through shit in our lives that affects our work. We're all human. I'm not saying he owes us anything, but this convenient cherry-picked logic meant to placate the fans need to see the Batman Part 2 doesn't help because it can easily be countered. And he proceeds to do such that 1-year gaps, Scary Movie 2, Scream 2, and Paranormal Activity 2, Lord of the Ring movies, although caveat they were shot simultaneously. 2-year gaps, The Godfather, Spider-Man 2. 3-year gaps, Star Trek 2, Star Wars 5, Captain America 2, Indiana Jones 2, Rocky 2, Creed 2, Matt Reeves, Planet of the Apes 3, Batman Returns, Rambo 2. 4-year gaps. I should probably know what the fuck this is, but I can't think of it. The French Connection 2, Toy Story 2, Blade 2, The Matrix 2, and the Thor series. Anyways, that's just a few examples. There are more as I just tried to keep it with legendary franchises. Just my 2 cents on this. Yeah. James. James. All you really have to do is be like Feige. Stay the fuck off social media and run your goddamn studio. That's all you have to do. But no, you come popping off with shit like this that is so easily countered by anyone else with knowledge, as I just illustrated. Matt, I will say just real quick that my first watch the Batman was just I liked it more the second time I watched it. So I'm hoping you have that experience. So it's like And again, like I said, Jeff Snyder hinted strongly that the delay is due to personal reasons having to do with Matt Reeves, right? He said this on the hot mic last night. So, now, do we need to know what those personal reasons are? No, definitely not. Not even a little bit. However, should they, in times like these, events like these, situations like these, not follow the route followed by many other public figures in various forms of entertainment, most notably like sports stars, or like famous broadcasters or what have you, if they have to step away from something, they will literally just put out there a quick little statement. So the reason such and such is happening is because there are some very personal things that I need to take the time to take care of. And I greatly appreciate y'all's concern and support, and I hope that you will respect my privacy in this time, and just know that I will get back to doing whatever the fuck it is this person is doing as soon as they can. I love you. Appreciate you guys, and just give me a bit and I'll be back. Done. How many times have we seen that shit? I'll tell you, a lot. And that's all that's literally all Gunn would have had to do there. It's like, okay, so we're having to delay the Batman 2. Matt isn't quite done with the script yet, but there are some things he needs to take care of that are more important than the script. I totally support him. All my good feelings go with him as he takes care of what he needs to take care of, and we will all be back to work on the Batman very soon. The end. How's that hard? I just did it. I have no experience in fucking PR. This is the closest thing I have to experience in PR. And like all my customer service work that I've done in my life. That's all I got. Like, I don't have a fucking degree in business. I don't have a fucking degree in marketing. I don't have a fucking degree in, well, any of that shit. But yet, simple observation tells me that you can offer an explanation about what's actually going on without going deeply into what's actually going on, which will completely eliminate any speculation, which, when you're running a studio, you want to do as often as fucking possible. By issuing just a quick, simple little statement like that. And it's all over with. Instead, he comes up with this shit, which is so easily blown up and destroyed and countered, and just makes it worse. It's ridiculous. It's like, bro, you're a CEO now. You are running an entire fucking studio. You're not the PR department. Shut your fucking mouth and go shepherd your universe. Let the PR department issue a statement very similar to the one I just offered, and we can all move on. Am I dogging on somebody going through a personal issue on how they communicate it to you? No. I am not dogging on Matt Reeves at all. I'm dogging on James Gunn for not handling the situation appropriately. Like, the statement doesn't even have to come from Matt. It could come from Gunn. It could come from DC Studios. But all it literally takes is, a 30-second read or less. And we're not even talking about this right now, other than to be like, damn, hope Matt Reeves is okay, and we'll be glad when he's back to finish the script. Literally, that could be the conversation. Read statement, wish good feelings to Matt Reeves, wait for shit to happen when he's got stuff handled. Done. That's how it should have gone. But instead, we got that. Yep. Oh, by the way, though, thanks for coming in. Stop the Insanity. I appreciate you here. I don't mind you asking me questions like that, especially since you were coming to an erroneous conclusion. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to correct your erroneous conclusion. I appreciate that. And I hope you hang out here more. Hit some buttons. Have some fun. What do y'all think? Jazzy, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming in. Bring back Jonathan Majors Kang. That ain't happening. Kang will be lucky to get mentioned in Doomsday. And if he does get mentioned, let me put it this way. The absolute most we will see of Kang is the Council of Kangs getting completely wiped by Doctor Doom. Or potentially, if they decide to, well, let me put it this way. It will not be Jonathan Majors. If they bring Kang back, at least before the end of this saga, it will not be Jonathan Majors. He's toast right now. As for the character of Kang the Conqueror in the MCU, the absolute best you could possibly hope for is him popping up as a Beyonder type character, or they bring the Council of Kangs back. But either way, he'll just be coming back to get wiped out by Doctor Doom anyway. So that's what's happening with that one. Now, could they come back to Kang as a character later on down the line in a few years in the middle of the Mutant Saga or whatever? Sure. He's interacted with the X-Men and whatnot in comics. There are ways to do it. But if he comes back before the end of the Multiverse Saga, it's going to be as cannon fodder. Exactly, he does a lot of producing to slow finish a script. He knocked the Planet of the Apes movies out quick. That was not the Batman. He had perfection in mind on Bat. Oh, you're talking about Reeves? Yeah. And his auteur devices are being indulged. He's being told to hurry the F up. Yeah. Having Doom wipe out the Council of Kings could be an after credit scene. If anything, that would be the beginning. Well, actually, you're right. The most likely point to see him if he wipes out the Council would be when would be his post-credit scene in Fantastic Four. Like, they introduce him. Like, they show something like, okay, Council of Kangs, then all of a sudden, like, explosions everywhere, motherfuckers just start getting wiped hither, nither, and yon, and then it gets down to, like, the big three they showed at the end of Quantumania. Immortus, Ramatut, and, what's the other motherfucker's name? Anyway, the other guy. Like, it gets down to those three, and they're like, what the hell? And then we see Doom like, yeah, yep, that's right, it's me, bitches, and, something along those lines. So, yeah, that's one way they could do it. Like, I think the best chance to see any kind of pseudo version of Kang before the end of the Multiverse Saga is as a Beyonder type. I'm still not even sure that's going to happen. I think the best you could hope for is a mention. But we could get a sighting. But it's going to be quick. I can tell you that. If we get a sighting of Kang, it's going to be quick. Ooh, that's better. Think it'll be the end of F4? It's a good chance. It's a good chance. Although they could move that to the beginning of Doomsday, and make it like step one on his journey to becoming God Emperor Doom or God King Doom, and hopefully they put him in the all white outfit, and hopefully he rips King Thanos' spine out, and it'll be just all awesome. I think you're right about Reeves wants to make art films. I don't think Gunn wants to make art films. I mean, let's look at Gunn's filmography here. He's not an art house guy. He's not an art house guy. At least I don't think art houses would appreciate him going full on Gunn humor. That's who you meant after. Okay, my bad, bro. At least Gunn Superman appears to be up that alley of comics. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, like when the trailer came out, I thought it was a solid trailer. I don't know, like Josh is letting his divergence get the better of him when it comes to that trailer. And he admits it, but he's right. Holy fuck. It's a solid trailer. I was not wowed. You know, I didn't have a holy shit moment, which I kind of was hoping for, but it was a solid trailer. I'm waiting for the full trailer before I can... Yeah, before I can / am willing to pronounce a hype level for Superman. I need a full trailer. With, you know, dialogue and shit. Yeah. There's a reason it did better than the Deadpool and Wolverine trailer. More bots. It's hard to compete with Christopher Reeve and Donner. It will have been 50 years in 2028 since that film. Yeah. Funny. Looking. Yes. All right. My cup's empty. I've got to go refill it. I'll be back shortly. And then we'll talk about why Sony CEO is a fucking moron. was the pop. That could have been it. Alright, cool. Sounds like a plan. We're back with a full cup. What do we got going on here? Here's Be Up That Alley, Beyonder King. Wonder what's the salary of Sony CEO? Fucking too much, I can tell you that. Don't see as another Ghostbusters being even good to which sucked being as good as the first one ever again. Some legacy brands should die. I don't know, die, but I don't think die is the right word, but left alone probably works. Ahsoka is arguably the most controversial character added into George's Star Wars canon that he didn't create. Anakin has a Padawan. Filoni wasn't walking around promoting the Force as female. That's true. But Filoni wasn't the one that made her Anakin's Padawan. He was gonna make her Plo Koon's Padawan. George is like, no, she's Anakin's Padawan. The head of the studio putting a mantra like that out there just to promote Rey is offensive to me, and it is the exact opposite of what I love about Star Wars and the Force. Oh, dude, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have been annoyed by it. I'm just saying I don't think it was malicious. That's all I'm saying. I don't think she had malicious intent. And the fact that you're offended is proof of why I say she did it fucking wrong. You're skeptical about the Mando film now, Brooke? Everything is fine with Ahsoka. It's a good story and doesn't feel contrived. Exactly. That's the problem with the sequel trilogy. They didn't have a fucking... Well, one dude had a plan and he got shouted down, if you recall. I can't remember his name. But right when they bought fucking Lucasfilm, the homie's like, all right, we need to take like 5 years, formulate our plan, and then make these movies. And this is where I do... While I think Iger is overall a good CEO, this is where I do start blaming his ass. He's like, nah, dog, we need a movie out yesterday, so get to it. And now we're here. Oh, mostly because mediocre reviews over Mando Season 3 could hurt Mando films for box office. I mean, that is true. There could be... There could be some carryover damage from that for sure. Never underestimate the appeal of a cute toy. And by that I mean Grogu. Especially since this will be the first Star Wars we've had on the big screen since Rise of the Not Skywalker. 6 years since we've had a Star Wars movie. Just the fact that we're getting Star Wars on the big screen is, even with all the damage, going to generate draw. And then you throw the cutest motherfucker Star Wars has created since the Ewoks in there, outside of Babu Frick, of course. And that's going to create even more of a draw. Now, do I think it's going to go gangbusters and just make all kinds of fucking money? No. But I don't think it's going to bomb. Either. Ricardo Rosales Miranda. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. I appreciate you. I hope you have fun here. Hit all the buttons. And that goes for all of you, whether you're lurking or in the chat or whatever. If you haven't hit the buttons, then please hit those buttons. Like, subscribe, notification bell. I have not yet talked about the test screenings of Superman. Although I probably should do that next before I start crapping on Sony, because the last thing I was doing was crapping on James Gunn for mishandling this whole Batman 2 thing. No, that wasn't Babu Frick slander. That was Babu Frick props. I like Babu Frick more than I like Grogu. Babu Frick is the CEO of Sexy. Babu Frick is the best part of The Rise of Skywalker. Bolivia. Well, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning... well, first of all, yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Let's see. Bolivia. I'm trying to remember where Bolivia is in terms of east and west from Michigan. Just curious what time zone you're in. Well, whatever. You got to be in one of the American time zones, so no matter what, it is still buenas noches. Because you're still in my fucking hemisphere. Yeah, no, there's no, I will, no, there's no slandering Babu Frick up in this channel either. I'm out, motherfucker! I mean, that wasn't him. That was Anzellans in general, but yeah. Anzellans have officially, at least here, taken over for Ewoks as the cutest in the land when it comes to Star Wars. Anzellans are now king, queen, leaders. They're the top. They're the peak. They're the epitome. And Zellen's rule. Grogu could steal your girl. Only if Babu Frick wasn't in the room. Oh, I've seen all the damn cute Grogu pics, bro. I knew about Grogu before I actually turned the goddamn Mandalorian on. I was like, what the hell? Ooh. Oh, hey, cool. Kind of, Baby Yoda. Wow, there's everyone loves Baby Yoda. Holy shit. Yeah, it's. I'm not saying Grogu was not a phenomenon. Grogu was a fucking phenomenon. But at least for me, and don't get me wrong, I dig Grogu. I think he's fun. I think they did him a disservice in Mando Season 3, but I like the character. But yeah, Babu Frick is a boss. And how you doing, Executive Judge? You good tonight, Your Honor? You don't what? You don't think Babu Frick is the boss? Yeah, I was a latecomer to Disney Plus. I didn't get Disney Plus till Mando Season 1 was already out. So I just saw it all. I just saw Grogu everywhere all over the interwebs, and I'm like, all right. Maybe I'll have to do this shit. And I was glad I did, because Mando Season 1 and 2 were fucking epic. And then, you know. Yeah. So, Superman test screenings. Courtesy of Senor Miranda, reminding me, because I had meant to tie those into shitting on Gunn for being stupid about Matt Reeves and the Batman 2. Something else Jeff Snyder talked about last night on the hot mic. So we all remember when the trailer came out, right? So evidently, that same evening, Mr. Snyder went out with a source of his that works for DC. Or at least Warner Brothers. I'm not sure if it's specifically DC or if it's just Warner Brothers. But anyway. He goes out to dinner and this guy tells him, bro. Now, this is specific to just one test screening that this one person knows about, okay? There could have been other screenings that could have gone different ways. But this guy told Snyder that at the internal screening for the Superman, the Superman, Jesus Christ, it's the Batman, just Superman. Anyway, the internal screening for James Gunn's Superman did not go that great. Now, this screening happened a couple, 3 weeks before the trailer dropped, like late November, if I recall correctly. So, but evidently the screening went poorly enough to where Gunn did not go to CCXP. Y'all remember where he did not go to CCXP? No DC presence at CCXP in Brazil? None. Y'all remember that shit? And remember how thought we were getting the trailer like 2 weeks ago? And then it was pushed, and then it was pushed again? This is why. Now, granted, source also said that the VFX was maybe a third finished, so that's obviously going to take the shine off some shit. Rare? I don't know about rare, Your Honor. I don't know about rare. Substitute the word another, and you'd probably be a bit more accurate. Anyway. But yeah, they're people at Warner Brothers are a bit nervous about the way that particular cut of the movie went. Order, he says. Throw the hammer emojis in there next time. I'm sure there's a gavel in there somewhere. Is there a gavel in there? I don't know if there's a gavel in there. I'll bet there's a fucking gavel in the emoji library somewhere. You need to whip that shit out. Apparently, audiences are comparing it to the first Avengers or the Brandon Fraser Mummy. No, it wasn't the first Avengers. It was the first Guardians. Not the first Avengers. Oh, Cap America. Thank you, Ricardo. Yes. Ricardo corrected us both. Yeah, tone's like the Mummy and the first Cap. Now, see, I happen to love the Mummy and the first Captain America movie. However, I don't know if those tones are appropriate for Superman. Superman's a different breed than both of those. You know, he's got his own lane that he needs to be in. And I'm not saying they're not all good movies. I like the first two Mummy movies, The Mummy and The Mummy Returns. I like all the Captain America movies. And I like Guardians 1. However, none of those are tonally appropriate for a Superman movie. That's the problem. They're all the wrong tone. The closest one in tone out of all of that is Captain America. If you're going to pick a tone from that list for your Superman movie, it needs to be Captain America. Oh yeah, no, Mummy films are classic. I fucking love, well, the first two. I never watched the third one because no Rachel Weisz equals no Mummy film for me. But yeah, I'm not disparaging those movies as movies. I happen to love all of those movies. But I also happen to feel like the tone of those movies, I don't think any of those tones are appropriate for a Superman movie. Mummy Ride is great too. What are you, a fucking necrophiliac, Noah? I mean, to each their own, but bruh. But yeah, it's not a question of those movies being bad. It's a question of whether or not the tone from those movies is applicable to Superman, or should be applied to a Superman movie. And much as I like those movies, I gotta say, I know what you meant, Noah. Carter says, yeah, but I think to start the DCU universe is a weak start. Needs, sadly, a near-perfect movie to succeed. Yeah. Well, kinda. I mean, it needs to be really damn good. Like, even Gunn himself admitted, if they fuck this up, it's over. Like, well, not in those exact terms, although knowing him, he's not afraid of the F word. It's probably pretty close. But yeah, he's like, if this movie doesn't do well, we're not going to be making any more. So he knows what's at stake. For sure. For a while, people were trying to push that the tone was Guardians of the Galaxy with Superman. Now we know that was a lie, so I'll wait and see. Oh, we don't know that was a lie. We don't know that was a lie at all. That very well could have been the tone a while back and got adjusted since then. And it could be adjusted a couple more times. After all, they still have till July 11th to get this movie out. They got time to change more shit. They could adjust the tone of this movie. They could be already adjusting the tone of this movie. We saw the trailer. Yeah. The trailer is only indicative of what tones he chose to show us, not the overall tone of the movie. I've seen plenty of trailers that made a movie look like one thing and then it ended up being completely not. So, unfortunately, I'm not relying on that trailer as an indicator of what we're actually going to get. That trailer is an indicator of what Gunn wants us to think we're getting. And that's every trailer. So let's not get it twisted. I know that that's every trailer. Every trailer is what the studio wants us to get. Sup, Lou? So I mean that's every trailer for every movie. That's all about what they want us to think we're getting. So I mean, so it's not like that's anything new. But the problem is I've seen way too many trailers give me one thing, and then the movie give me something entirely motherfucking different. I'm not talking about just the music. And he said it's mostly scored. He said it's mostly scored, but that there is going to be some rock and roll in there. So he wouldn't be lying. He's not lying about that. He actually did flat out say that. But I'm not talking specifically about the music. I'm talking about humor levels, how he balances the serious with the fun, how he crafts Superman's overall attitude, all kinds of shit that trailer didn't even come close to showing us. You know what I mean? So, that's all. That's all I'm saying. And it also wouldn't be the first time Gunn's been caught lying. By a long shot. But I'm not even trying to get into that aspect of it. I'm just saying trailers are purposefully constructed to make us feel a certain thing in a certain way about what we're going to get when the movie itself comes out. And unfortunately, and more often than any of us would like, trailers do be lying. Don't you think that delaying the Batman 2 put the fandom of Batman against Superman? Against what? Executive Judge says he's usually pretty good at balancing those two. Guardians Trilogy and especially Guardians 3 is proof of that. It's proof that he can, but he was also not working for himself at that point in time. Throw in the rest of his filmography when he's not working for somebody else, or the somebody he's working for doesn't give a fuck what he's doing, and things change just a bit. Now, I'm not saying for sure that Superman is going to be a Gunn humor fest and lame as shit. I think he did actually try to keep his sensibilities in check for this movie. Like, just the fact that it is going to be mostly scored is a very obvious step or a point in his favor that he is trying to restrain himself for this. The question I have is that will his idea of restrained enough match the general audience's idea of restrained enough? That's the big question. I'm not saying he's not doing it. I'm just wondering whether what he considers enough will actually, for everyone else, be enough. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So, yeah, things are looking a little rough behind the scenes of Superman, but as Jeff also said, pretty much every fucking movie is a mess until it isn't. July is still 7 months away, folks. Not to mention the callback to John Williams score. Oh, yeah. Like, that's a good way. That's a good way to get fucking Gen Xers in and the actual boomers in, which is my parents' generation. Y'all trying to change the word boomer around to just anybody who's somewhat out of touch. Fuck that shit. Boomers are my parents' generation. My generation is Gen X. I think a fair chunk of y'all out there are millennials that I'm talking to. Some Gen Xers. And probably a few Gen Zers in there too. Goddamn kids. So yeah, like Gunn is definitely putting evidence out there that he is at least trying to honor what Superman should be. The question is how good a job of that did he actually do? Embrace the Gen Z memes. I embrace a fuck ton of Gen Z meme slang. I do. I embrace a fuck ton of Gen Z meme slang. I don't always remember to use it, but when I hear it used, I know exactly what's fucking going on. So, just saying. Just because you're out of touch doesn't make you a boomer. Out of touch motherfuckers can be, Gen Zers can be out of touch. And all too often are. 1981 is what generation? That is the very, very end of Gen X. Some people would say that's early millennial. It's like 81's right on the fucking cusp. Because I was born in 75, and that's late Gen X. I'm a late Gen Xer. 81 means you're either a super late Gen Xer or a very early millennial. I'm not quite sure which. That's debated. Apparently a new generation is coming called Gen Beta. Yeah. That'll be my grandson's kid. Because my stepdaughter and son-in-law are full Gen Z. So their kid is Gen A. Unless the generation system is skipping alpha and going straight to beta. And good Lord, there's a crew of people who would have way too much fun with that bullshit. You're in 2000 get called old by Zoomers? What? Ignorant fucks. You are a Gen Zer. Chilling a grandpa already? Yeah. Yeah, my wife's daughter married and had a baby 2 years ago now. 27 months. I'm a grandpa. And he's the cutest little motherfucker. Holy shit. And he's been all about and we're pretty, a lot of Polish in the family. So me and my wife are going by Jaji and Babu instead of Grandpa and Grandma. So he's getting out of his only about mommy and daddy phase and is about like the people that has expanded it, his circle to the people that he sees all the time. So, excuse me. So now it's on a fairly regular basis, just my walking around, Jaji. I'm like, yeah, it melts my fucking heart. Love the shit out of that kid. Pardon me one moment. Thought I heard something outside the door. So, but yeah, it's, but again, like, is it a big deal that screening went badly? This one specific screening? Maybe. Maybe not. There are movies that have started off with bad buzz behind the scenes and come out and glowing, fucking amazingly. That would be just that pretty much excuse me, that pretty much describes every MCU hit. Those were all a goddamn mess, almost right up until the day of release. Most of them overcame it. Some did not. So, should fans of DC/Superman/James Gunn hit the panic button over this report? No. Should they be completely unconcerned? Also, no. Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Getting negative feedback early enough to do something about it is a good thing. Because if you get the negative feedback too late, then you're just fucked. No, it is a good thing. It's the timing that makes it good or bad. You know what I mean? So yeah. Panic mode necessary? No. Keep in the back of your mind just in case? Yes. Yeah, that's the deal with that. There's very similar things happening right now with Spider-Man 4. I mean, months ago, that interview came out with Tom Holland where he's like, I got to see the script. It was super exciting, but it does need work. But it was exciting, but it does need work. And now we've got all these rumors popping off. We've got Venom, we've got Mephisto, we've got Doom. And, a bunch of us are out here wondering, how the fuck are they going to fit all of this into this goddamn movie? Not all of this can happen. So it's like, what the fuck is happening with this script? Oh, and it's not filming till August of next year, so there's a pretty good chance that it's probably going to get pushed to November of 26. So yeah, that looks like, Spider-Man 4 looks like a motherfucking mess too. But again, every Marvel movie looks like a mess, especially at this point in time in production. Like all of them. And it's not even limited to just Marvel. Snyder was dead ass right when he said movies are always a mess until they aren't. Now, do some movies stay a mess? More than don't? Yeah. But it is not a panic situation, but it is also not something to just be discarded just because it happens all the time. All right, man. Rest well. Thanks for popping by. I appreciate you. Where'd my mouse go? There'd my mouse go. Nice. Why are you lying to me? All right. So yeah, that's the behind the scenes Superman bits. That's kind of a thing, but kind of not a thing. What's up, Travis? How you doing, man? It's going pretty all right. Last stream of the year, we're talking a bunch of shit about a bunch of people. I'm drinking. It's fun. It's good times up here in the or I should say down here in the basement. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind down in here. Yeah, fuck that. That sounds like shit. Forget I said that. Forget that even came out of my mouth parts. Said that when you heard Strangers in No Way Home, then it made sense in context when you watch film. Yep. Ghost Rider, Mephisto, and went, oh, whoa, that's stretching. Okay, yeah, okay. That makes much more sense now when I read your first chat there. Oh, yeah, Ghost Rider, too. I'm not seeing Ghost Rider in Spider-Man 4. I don't give a fuck. Even if Mephisto ends up in Spider-Man 4, I'm not seeing Ghost Rider. That's just me, though. But yeah, I'm not seeing that shit happen. I can see how they could work Mephisto and Null and symbiotes in. I kind of spitballed my way through that last Saturday, I think. Chilling's drinking and talking, dangerous combination. Yeah, could be. This is my second drink. Got me some apple-flavored Kentucky bourbon. Look at that glorious amber color. Yeah. I mean, hell, me talking is just dangerous half the time anyway. I don't need to be drunk. I've suffered from foot and mouth disease for decades. Excuse me. All right. We have talked Star Wars. Well, Lucasfilm. We have talked DC. Are you ready to talk Sony? From Variety. Day after Christmas. Oh my God. You don't think we're getting Ghost Rider, but if it comes after Doomsday is on Battle World, I hope we do. Well, Spider-Man 4 is definitely coming out after Doomsday. There's just no way that's just a given. What Battle World will be is still kind of up in the air. These days it's starting to look less like the comic version of Battle World, but it'll still be a universe of Doom's creation. But I don't think we're going to get Ghost Rider till Secret Wars, honestly. And I think it'll be Nick Cage. I don't think we'll get the Robbie Reyes one from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., although that would be cool. Because I actually like that version. I would love to see them both come rolling in. Cage on his motorcycle and Robbie Reyes in his fucking car. I love that car. Can't remember what it is, but it's fucking dope. Anyway. More CEO idiocy. What the fuck? How do these people get paid this kind of money to be this stupid? That's what I want to know. Anyway. Sony Pictures CEO says Madam Web flopped because the press crucified it. Our Marvel movies are not terrible films. They were destroyed by critics. What a way to begin this shit, eh? I mean, who doesn't want Nick Cage? I'm very much looking forward to the Nick Cage Spider-Man Noir on Prime. Yeah, it's right here in the article, Brooke. We're about to go over this shit. It's goddamn ridiculous. All right. Tony, his name is Tony, but Sony Pictures CEO Tony Vinciquerra recently told the Los Angeles Times that Kraven the Hunter is probably the worst launch we had in the nearly 8 years he's been at the studio, adding, I still don't understand because the film is not a bad film. Okay. Kraven opened in theaters December 13th to a paltry $11 million. The lowest debut yet for a Sony-released Marvel movie. The movie's current domestic box office total stands at just $18 million, while its global haul is $43 million. I don't know if you will ever see this, Adam, from the Den of Nerds Tower, but brother, you are going to be working for Josh for free. These are more or less catastrophic results for a superhero movie and cap off a lackluster year for Sony comic book movies after Madam Web flopped with $100 million worldwide and Venom: The Last Dance became the franchise's lowest grossing entry, which is true, but it did make money. Mostly thanks to overseas. Let's just touch on Madam Web for a moment. Now, I mean, I wouldn't mind touching on Dakota Johnson if I'm being real here. I would definitely wouldn't mind touching on Dakota Johnson. Anyway, Vinci Chiara said, Madam Web underperformed in the theaters because the press just crucified it. It was not a bad film, and it did great on Netflix. Did he even watch this fucking movie? For some reason, the press decided that they didn't want us making these films out of Craven and Madam Web, and the critics just destroyed them. They also did it with Venom, but the audience loved Venom and made Venom a massive hit. These are not terrible films. They were just destroyed by the critics and the press for some reason. Okay. First of all, bro, there is no critic-wide, journalist-wide conspiracy to take down your goddamn Sony movies. Like, what? Are you fucking kidding me? For some reason, the press decided they didn't want us making these films out of Craven and Madam Web, and the critics just destroyed them. Bro, they destroyed them because they suck. No one gives a fuck, critics or in the press, whether or not you make these movies. They don't give a shit. They're just going to evaluate them as they see them. And guess what? They saw booty cheeks. A lot of booty cheeks, and not in a good way. Oh, and then we go with this. They also did it with Venom, but the audience loved Venom and made Venom a massive hit. Okay, well, so if that's the case, then it can't be the critics who destroyed those movies. If the critics had that much power, then the Venom movies wouldn't have been a success either, you fucking boob. So what is it? What is it, Tony? Is it the critics destroyed the movies? Or was it the fact that they just fucking suck? Because like you just said, the critics tried to destroy the Venom movies. Those didn't have the highest critic scores on the Rotten Tomatoes, but they did pretty well with the fans overall. Obviously, it was diminishing returns each time, but they all still made money. So you can't have it both ways. You can't have, oh shit, the critics did this, or oh, the critics tried, but the audience saved this. No. If the audience wanted to save Morbius, if the audience wanted to save Madam Web, if the audience wanted to save Craven, like you admitted they saved the Venom movies, they would have done so. They didn't. And you know why, Mr. Tony? Because those movies suck! The critics' aversion to Sony's Marvel movies is one reason Vinci Chiara thinks the studio needs to rethink how it moves forward with its Spider-Man universe tentpoles. It's snake-bitten. If we put another one out, it's going to get destroyed, no matter how good or how bad it is, he told the LA Times. Not true. Partially true. Oh yeah, no, your franchise right now is a bit snake-bitten. That is true. But if it's actually good, it's not going to get destroyed. Or if it's good enough, it won't matter what the critics say. Fans will show up like they did for Venom. You out-of-touch fuckwad. While Vinci Chiara doesn't believe Marvel Sony movies are terrible movies, critics would disagree, and so would audiences. Madam Web holds an 11% on Rotten Tomatoes, while Craven didn't perform much better with reviewers and has a 15% Rotten Tomatoes score. In addition to Madam Web and Craven, Sony also earned negative reviews and bad box office with its Jared Leto starring Morbius movie, which, as I recall, would still fall under... Morbius is less than 8 years old, right, guys? Yeah? Which would mean, Mr. Sony Studios CEO, you fell for the meme You fell for the It's Morbin Time memes and let that fucker get re-released in the theaters because you thought those were positive. That happened under your watch, Tony. Sony insiders acknowledged to Variety earlier this month that Craven, Madam Web, and Morbius were creative and critical duds. Even if they also insist that Morbius, which made $167.4 million globally, did turn a profit. Really? Moving forward, they said the studio will need to be more discerning about which, if any, of the studio's stable of Spider-Man characters should be elevated into their own movie franchise. Sony is currently working with Disney's Marvel Studios on a fourth Spider-Man movie set to star Tom Holland. Head over to the LA Times website to read Vinci Cara's latest profile in its entirety. Oh, it worked. I'm going to hit the button. Okay. 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 Sony misunderstood. We were memeing at Morbius, not memeing with it. That is true. Okay. Major reason Sony's film Bomb is despite being based on Marvel characters, there is no toy line, tie-in media, product placement, or promotion. Movies aimed at children with no action figures. Well, major reason Sony's film bombed also is because you tried to make Spider-Man character movies with no goddamn Spider-Man in them. And it's now come out that they didn't have to not put a Spider-Man in them. Kevin didn't want him using Tom, but as I recall, there were already 2 established Spider-Men in the Sony universe. Anyway, could have hired Toby, could have hired Andrew. And as we know, Andrew would have been back at the drop of a goddamn hat. He fucking loves playing Spider-Man. So, no, Tony. Critics just didn't decide, for whatever reason, to shred your fucking movies. The audience didn't decide, for whatever reason, to listen to the critics only for Morbius, Madam Web, and Craven. No, those movies got shredded because they're ass. Period. Plain and simple. No conspiracy with critics and the cinema press. No undervaluation of the quality of those movies. They sucked. Period. End of story. They sucked. So once again, we have an example of a CEO of a Hollywood studio that handles IP we give a shit about being goddamn ridiculous with their train of thought. Like, I feel bad for the PR departments of these studios sometimes, because it's like it's the fucking CEO. You think someone from PR can be like, knock, knock, knock. Excuse me, Mr. Vinticata, can you please shut the fuck up? You're making us look even worse than we already look. They can't do that shit. Little bit, yeah. Little J. Jonah Jameson action. I can admit to that, Noah, for sure. I mean, yeah, if you want some J. Jonah Jameson action, you fucking Sony CEO is a menace. There, Craven deserved better. From the studio, you mean? Yes, all of those movies deserve better from the studio. Well, Madam Web never should have been made. Stop the Insanity says, I liked the Venom movies. They weren't great, but I enjoyed them. The rest were not made by anybody that cared, and it was obvious. Yeah, I mean, I like the Venom. I like the Venom movies. I fully acknowledge that, like, on technical levels, they're to evaluate them from a strictly technical cinematic / technical standpoint, yeah, they're not good. Like, I'll be the first to admit that, but I like them. I like them a lot. I mean, yeah, but yeah, I'll admit that from a technical standpoint, yeah, they ain't fucking great, not at all. But they're fun, and that counts for a lot too. If they're fun enough, you won't care about the story. See Deadpool and Wolverine. That story is thin as fuck, but that movie made $1.3 billion. You know why? Because that movie's fun as fuck. And it also had Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman in it, and that always helps too. Travis says it would be awesome if they brought back Aaron Taylor Johnson for Spider-Man Noir. That's a noir version of Kraven who actually has an accent. That would be good redemption. I don't hate that idea. I do not hate that idea. I don't hate that idea at all. And also, nostalgia. I mean, a lot of people like to bag on nostalgia bait. But like many, many things in this world, there's a right way to do it, and there's a wrong way to do it. If you do it right, nostalgia bait is magnificent. Again, see Deadpool and Wolverine. If you do it wrong, it's ass. See most things that Lucasfilm has made. Good, an even better example than the sequels would be the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. Nostalgia bait done wrong. It deserved a bigger audience. Not a bad movie, just a shit studio. Damage was done before it came out. To a point, yes. Now, I admittedly have not watched Kraven, but the people that I watch that I have come to trust and see as reliable have all said that just period as a movie, that thing is ass. Same deal with Madam Web. I haven't put an eyeball on that, but when like literally everyone I've found to be reliable when it comes to evaluating these things says it's ass, I just go with it. That it's ass. Ghostbusters Afterlife. See, I haven't watched any of the newest Ghostbusters movies either. Rob says Deadpool and Wolverine was a perfect 2.5 hour wait to see how jacked Hugh Jackman would get again. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. You're actually not wrong about that. That's funny, but you're also not wrong. But like, dude, it's one thing to be an out-of-touch CEO. That's actually not uncommon. Right? I mean, we got to admit that, right? It is not uncommon for CEOs to be out of touch. But it's one thing to be out of touch. It's another thing to be so out of touch that A, you run your studio like shit, and B, then go in public in a big old interview and fucking make it obvious how out of touch you actually are. Like, there's anecdotal evidence, and then there's like literal in your face evidence. And Sony Studios CEO, you just gave a whole shit ton of in your face evidence of how exactly out of fucking touch you are. Holy shit. It wasn't the movies, it was the critics. Bro. Miss me with that shit. Just miss me with it. Those movies were bad. Period. End of story. Done. Cobra Kai and Creed are probably the best nostalgia-based legacy sequels of recent memory. The first Jurassic World as well. I've heard Cobra Kai is pretty good, but I've also heard it's been getting outlandish these last couple seasons. Have I seen Venom 3 yet? Yes, I have. I watched Venom 3. I enjoyed Venom 3. I'm with a lot of people, like where when I rank how much I enjoy the Venom trilogy, it goes 1, 3, 2. Yeah, no, I enjoyed Venom 3. It's not your booty, it's your movie. Yeah. Pretty much. But it just never ceases to amaze me how, just in general, like, these motherfuckers don't understand their job. It is not the job of a CEO to run PR interference for its crap ass product. Unless you're on like a shareholder meeting call or something. And even then, you don't do it like that. Like what, bro? I'll just wait till it hit Netflix. This year was 2 or 3 dubs for threequels with Deadpool 3 and Sonic 3. I've heard many great things about Sonic 3. I've heard many good things about Sonic 3. And evidently Sonic 3 is absolutely destroying Mufasa. Last I knew. Just absolutely destroying Mufasa. Which isn't really that much of a surprise. At least not to me. A little. I I'll just say I thought Mufasa would do better than what it's doing. I didn't think Sonic 3 was going to do badly by any stretch. Like, Sonic 2 was huge. I knew Sonic 3 was going to be big, especially when you throw Keanu's name in there as a main character. Yeah, that's going to hit. And then on top of that, evidently, I haven't seen it, but evidently it's actually just a really good fucking movie, period. End of story. As you guys are reiterating in the chat. So, yeah, I'm not surprised Sonic 3 is doing really well. I'm surprised Mufasa is doing as bad as it's doing. Yeah, see? Everyone in here that's seen it is loving the Sonic 3. So. But yeah, this motherfucker. That's below his pay grade and expertise. Yes, and yes, Noah, that is also correct. Like, I don't mean to sound like a massive, like, Feige dick rider, but these motherfuckers need to pay attention to how Kevin Feige handles business. Do you ever see Kevin Feige, on the interwebs, on social media, like James Gunn is constantly? You do not. Do you see Feige out there giving random interviews, shitting on critics, which is something also James Gunn has also done? Attacking the press, which is something James Gunn has also done? Or anything like that? No, he gives his interviews. He avoids questions when he doesn't want to answer them. He plays coy, but he does not go after anybody. At least not in the press or on social media. He will send his lawyers after your ass, Reddit and Can We Get Toast, or Marvel Studios spoiler subreddit and Can We Get Some Toast. He'll drop a lawyer on your motherfucking ass for sure, but he's not going to come after you in the press or over social media. He's not going to get out there in public and start saying stupid shit and trying to defend bad movies. I didn't know who Feige was for 3 years. I mean, I didn't know who he was at the beginning when I first started watching this shit either. I've only really learned over the last 3 or 4 years since I got into the nerdy YouTube. Like, yeah, since I didn't know who he was until I went balls deep into nerdy YouTube. So, yeah. Anyone watching What If? The last episode I watched was that fucking creepy ass Howard the Duck episode. So I'm behind at least 2 episodes, I believe, at this point. Maybe 3. When was that weird ass episode? Was that Wednesday? him and what's her fuzz, Kat Dennings' character? What's her goddamn character name? Someone help me out with it. I can't fucking remember anymore. Oh, almost had it. Tomorrow's the final episode? Okay. Who's a smart man? Feige? Yes, he is. Feige does 99% of his talking on the goddamn movie screen. Which is where Tony and James should be doing theirs. Darcy. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Lou. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Rob. No, it's Darcy. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, the child of Howard the Duck, and where they got married and had a kid. I mean, it looks like the kid's going to have some cool powers. I am the teensiest bit curious, but a lot of people like to bag on season 2 of What If. I had an easier time getting through that one than I am through this one. Like, no cap. And I didn't think I'd say that. Like, this show is, I am not enjoying What If very much right now. Birdie. Yeah, Birdie. Allegedly, she, like, the adult version of her that we get introduced to is cool. At least some of the people that I follow on the TwitX and, you know, talk to on the TwitX and shit think Birdie's a cool character. Just is giving the Ninja Turtles and Abe roll together and not in a good way. I mean, yeah. Today's episode was okay. Yeah, I've seen various things on it. Most of what I've seen about today's episode was positive. I guess you can call it okay being positive. Yeah, you can. You didn't say it sucked. But yeah, like this is the hardest time I've had getting through any of the What If shows to this point. I'm going to finish it. I have to. If for no other reason than to drop a review. Oh, I went through that one way too fast. But, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll be toasty enough to where I'll want to watch What If when I'm done here. But yeah, like, I'm having a lot of trouble understanding, like, where this new mentality for being a studio CEO comes from. When did this shit start? Like, when did CEOs start getting out there and, like, really getting into the mix, you know? Like, it's not a good idea. Like, every time one of them comes out and does shit like this is what happens. They get cooked. This dude's getting cooked. Gunn gets cooked constantly for it. Although Gunn has a lot more defenders than this guy does. That is for damn sure. But, like, when did these motherfuckers forget their jobs? Your job as CEO is not to go out in fucking interviews and attempt to, like, gaslight us into thinking that we're all wrong about your shitty ass movies. Oh no! It's not us, it's you. Bro. You have a PR department for a reason. They are so you don't do this shit. You're supposed to be in your office running the entire goddamn company. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to be out there trying to defend, like, shit-tastic movies by blaming the critics and the press and saying, oh no, you're all wrong. These movies are actually pretty good. You just have your own agenda that I can't explain. All I can say is for some reason y'all wanted to do this. The reason is simple. Your shit sucks, bro. That's the reason. That's the only fucking reason. Only reason. Oh, Elon Musk trying to start a war inside of MAGA right now. Y'all see that shit? It's hilarious as fuck. And he's bringing Trump right along with him. Watch these motherfuckers implode like the Empire or like the Sith. That is absolutely correct. The HB1 visa stuff. Because as we all know, see, here's where I might start getting myself in trouble. H1B. Well, yeah, whatever it is. Here's where chilling might get in trouble. One of the biggest platforms of the MAGA movement is related to immigration. So it's very interesting that at this point, Musk, who Trump has hired along with Vivek Ramaswamy to make the government more efficient. The DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, headed by those two. All of a sudden, Elon's like, oh no, H-1B is awesome. And a bunch of MAGA that's all about immigration control is like, what the fuck are you talking about? And then now, recently, Trump's like, oh no, Elon's right. I love H-1B. I have H-1B people working for me. H-1B is awesome. And somehow, some way, instead of just blindly going along with him like a lot of these motherfuckers tend to do, the heavily anti-immigration contingent of MAGA is like, what the fuck are you all doing? And then Elon just come out and called all them motherfuckers racists. Like, what did he say? Like, these hateful racists are the problem and they need to be kicked out of the Republican Party. I mean, and as far as that goes, he ain't wrong. I have to agree with him on that. The problem is that's going to be a much bigger chunk of the party than he realizes. And to be fair, I'm also not saying that racists don't exist in the Democratic Party, because they do. There are definitely racist and homophobic and whatever Democrats. They just stay quiet about it because they're fucking Democrats. The divorce is about to be televised. Yeah, pretty much. H-1B, Rob says, H-1B is awesome. Like, seriously, I have 6 people in various stages of immigration. Right? I mean, if our own talent ain't trying to get the info to become talented, we may as well fucking bring them in. And the bottom line is success, right? So, like, if I'm running a company and I'm looking through my employee pool and the best qualified people came into the U.S. on an H-1B, if they're more qualified than, you know, Joe Schmo born and raised in the USA, guess who I'm hiring? Sorry, Joe Schmo. Homie over there is much more qualified than you. You may now politely fuck off. So, yeah, that shit's hilarious to me. Problem with H-1B is it traps people? I mean, there's a flip side to everything. Like, everything, literally everything's a two-edged sword. It's about lowering wages. I mean, I'm sure that's probably part of it. I mean, let's face it. A lot of these companies are always about lowering their own cost in whatever way they possibly can. Opens up the road for workplace discrimination or harassment without consequences. Obviously, I need to dig into this a bit more. But, anyway. Yeah, without delving into the intricacies of the H-1B policy itself, I just think it's hilarious as shit that, the mega civil war is about to fucking begin. That's the only way I'm kind of going with it. That's my line on it. Essentially, if they lose their job, they lose their right to live here, whatever that means. Oh, that's pretty much anyone with a green card. If you don't maintain your green card, that's you got to go. Tech Bros versus I've seen that. Tech Bros versus traditional MAGA. I mean, that's not inaccurate. But yeah, if you don't attain full citizenship, then yeah, it's not unusual for anyone with a green card who loses their job and or their marriage to get booted at some point. You agree it's funny as hell. Oh no, I'm never going to act like Elon isn't still a piece of shit, because he is definitely a walking piece of shit. It's just, at this point, his ability to be a piece of shit is, at least from my perspective, useful and funny. That's all I'm saying. Right now, his being a piece of shit is working in my own personal favor. That's all I'm saying. And that's only in terms of MAGA's now higher potential to implode. That's my only angle on it. The MAGA wars, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, you're right, Rob. But admittedly, it all comes down to, like, it's an individual thing from company to company. Some companies are like yours and pay everyone equivalently because they're doing that goddamn job. The problem is unfortunately, most companies don't roll like that. That's the, and those are the ones that I think Noah's bringing up. I mean, it's awesome that your company does the right thing, but I think I think you can freely admit that most companies are not like that. Therein lies the issue. Trump wants to buy Greenland. What the fuck? We shouldn't. Real talk. We shouldn't even fucking have Alaska, bro. That should be Canada. I mean, the Russians weren't even a problem when we bought that shit. For us. Like, I still don't even know why the fuck we bought Alaska. There's a reason it's called Seward's Folly. I'm pretty sure that's Alaska. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we bought it from Russia for about 2 cents an acre. $7 million at the time. Don't know what the fuck for. William H. Seward. Yeah. Brooke says, I think the Russians sold Alaska to the U.S. because they didn't want the British to have it since Britain owned Canada at the time. Oh. So basically, you're saying Russia hoodwinked William Seward. But yeah, like I personally agree that that was definitely a folly. Alaska should be part of Canada. Now, had we had the opportunity to buy it in like the 40s or 30s or 50s when we knew Russia was going to be a problem, then yeah, I mean, given how things turned out, less bad, but in general, stupid as fuck. British and Russian Empire global rivalry. Oh yeah, great games took place in the mid to late 1800s between Britain. Okay. So Russia had it, talked us into buying it to keep the Canadians from or keep the British from having it because they were still and they were still running Canada at that time. Canada has only been its own entity a very shockingly short amount of time. Yeah. Canada became fully sovereign in 1982. You don't think Canada wants our healthcare system? No, they don't. But some Canadians do. Because one of the biggest things I hear about, like, is it awesome that, like, no one has to pay health insurance? Fuck yeah. But I guess, like, from what I understand, I should say last I knew, um, one of the massive weaknesses in their version of fully state-run healthcare is the wait times for anything are insanely ridiculous. Trump wants to make Canada the 50. I'm not going down this fucking rabbit hole. But first of all, but got yeah. All right. Heard they made all drugs legal in Canada? Hmm. Interesting. Let's see here. Drugs that are legal can include alcohol, same as here. Tobacco, here, same as here. Cannabis for recreational use, state by state basis, not federally. Prescription grade narcotics, yep. Over the counter, yep. Psychiatric, yep. Medicines prescribed to ADHD, yep. Dietary supply and vitamin, yep. Additionally, adults are allowed to possess a combined total of 2.5 grams of opioids, cocaine, methamphetamine, and MDMA for personal use, although these substances remain illegal. So if you have more than an eighth of those on your person, you're fucked. Yeah. So they're mostly decriminalized, but not 100%, it looks like. Um, Ned, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Thanks for popping in. They didn't list it, but I don't doubt that it's on there. The shrooms, Noah. That looks like about a shot in a glass, right? Just real quick. Chat. And everyone who is watching now or will be watching, or let me rephrase, everyone who is watching live or made it this far on the replay, A, thank you for being here. B, thank you for being here more. If it wasn't for you guys, even as not many of you as there are currently, the ones that do show up, I fucking love y'all for being here and even remotely considering taking any amount of time out of your schedules to hang out here. Love you guys. So this is to you, chat, and my overall community. Y'all are the bomb. Thanks for hanging. L'chaim. Let's hope 2025 works out. Fuck yeah. So, I was going to put together like a 2024 tier list to see how we felt about all the shit. But then I had to try and work on my brakes, and then even that didn't fucking go right because I had one of my lug nuts that absolutely would not fucking come off my goddamn car. So I couldn't even get my goddamn brakes done today. Oh, I'm not leaving, but yes, you're welcome, man. Thank you guys for enjoying what I do. He loves Warhammer. Oh, Gunther? Have you messaged him about Luton? What was I saying? Oh yeah. Yeah, I just didn't get it. I didn't get a chance to put together like the tier list that I wanted to. So give me a second here. See if I can find even some kind of list of the projects for this year. Yeah, fuck all that. How do you guys in general? We'll just do it this route. Oh, he's the one who told you about Luton? Oh, nice. Go Gunther. Let's go this route with it. Actually, let me see if I can find a list of what fucking came out this year anyway. 2024. No, if I put nerdy releases, that won't even really work. No, that's not what I want. Get out of there. Oh, fuck you, Matt Walsh and Daily Wire. Have y'all noticed? I don't know if you guys have noticed. Quick question. When you guys are watching YouTube, right, and ads pop up, is it just me, or have most of the ads that have any remote political leanings have been much more right-leaning? Like, one of the ads I see the most outside of stuff for, like, Adobe and shit is, like, this ad for getting 50% off the Daily Wire. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't, I mean, I understand. Bear with me here. I understand that things ebb and flow based on who is in power. Like, that's just life. You've never seen a political ad? Good God. Damn right, woohoo you. Lucky motherfucker. Much love, but lucky motherfucker. But yeah, it is typical of business to ebb and flow their preferences. Yeah, that's a good point. Even during the election, what the fuck? based on whoever's in charge at any given point in time, because that's the nature of business. If you don't cater to who you think is in charge, you're fucked. So I'm not surprised that it's happening at all. It's just like, I don't know. It's like they're. Let me try. I'm trying to put words together. God damn it. Exactly. I mean, but seriously though, you put the laughing emoji sign on there, Noah. But like, in today's technology, in the information age we live in, with all of the with all the info out there about what we click on, which gives away all our preferences, there's literally no reason why we shouldn't see ads targeted specifically to us, like ourselves as individuals. Like, there's, with the technology that's out there, that actually should be the case. Like, I should never see a Daily Wire ad on anything that I personally am watching. Stop the Insanity says, I also have no idea who you are, but when I clicked on live streams, it sent me here. I think my algo is crushing it. Okay, well, yay, algo. Thank you, YouTube, for that one. And thank you for following the YouTube recommendation to my channel. I really appreciate that. Hit the goddamn buttons if you don't mind. Doesn't the algorithm cater to us based on stuff we look up or something? To a point, yes, but they also set the algorithms up to steer people purposefully based on what they think the trends are. And since Trump won the election, a lot of people who set these algorithms up are automatically going to skew things that way, because if he won, that must mean he's popular. You see what I'm saying? Yay, YouTube. Thank you for sending me Stop the Insanity. Good on you, YouTube. Did you hit the subscribe button? That's all I'm asking from you. Oh, by the way, for those of you who have been around a while, I'm going to just throw this back out there. For those of you who have been around a while, you know I'm trying to get monetized through YouTube. I have the watch hours. I just need a lot more subs. Like 259 last I knew. Hopefully. Oh, 257 now. I've had a couple people click. I'm assuming one of them was you, Stop the Insanity. So thank you very much for hitting that sub button. I appreciate it. Hit the fucking bell while you're at it so you know anytime I do something. Says, I heard you say Josh, and I do watch Dental Nerds live stream sometimes, so that's my guess as to why. Yes, I hit all the buttons. Okay, well, yes, you're probably right, and that's why. I am a nerd venger. So I've reached 4,000 now? No. I have over 3,000 for, like, the lower tier, where you only need 3,000 watch hours and 500 subs, and that gets you memberships and super chats. That's my immediate goal right now. I have, one moment. My phone was right here the whole time. Let's see here. Just read your text, Rob. Tell you what. Stop it. Get off of there. Go. Ooh, that says, why does my YouTube studio say one thing and that says another? Oh no, now they agree. Awesome. Okay. I've gotten a couple subscribers, well, 3 subscribers tonight. So thank you, first of all, whoever you are, beside the other 2 besides Stop the Insanity. Thank you very much for hitting that button. I really appreciate that. I will definitely be doing my best to continue to keep you entertained and not regret hitting those buttons, for sure. But yeah, so the normal YouTube partner program, as they call it, it used to be where you needed 1,000 subs and 4,000 watch hours in a 365-day period to get monetized. I can't remember. It was either late last year or early this year. I feel more like it was early this year. But they introduced a lower tier to that, to the partner program, where you only need 3,000 watch hours in a 365-day period and 500 subs to get monetized at all. Now, the big one, the 1,000 subs and the 4,000 watch hours, gets you everything. Memberships, super chats, and AdSense. The 500 subs and 3,000 watch hours, you don't get AdSense. You just get the memberships and the super chats. And as of right now, I have 3,000. That's not going to focus, is it? Okay. I have 3,256 public watch hours in the last 365 days. So I've hit the watch hour goal for the lower tier of monetization. But I need 500 subs for that. And I have, at this point, 244. So I need 256 more subs to get monetized through YouTube. However, thanks to my guy Griff, who suggested it, and then the rest of the community who happened to be around in my guy Justin's stream when he suggested it, this was ratified by the community. I have put my PayPal link in both my channel description, and I pinned it to the chat. So if you go to the top of the chat, you'll see my pinned chat with my PayPal link on it. So technically, if for whatever reason, and I do not expect this, let me make this clear right now. I'm not a big channel. Like, I have no expectations of this kind of shit. I'm just happy y'all are fucking here. But if your spirit moves you to be like, I want to send this motherfucker some kind of tangible love above and beyond hitting like, subscribe, and the bell, then my PayPal link is pinned at the top of the chat box. And it works because Griff has already used it once. Thank you, sir. All I see are as to join the Headless Horde. Nice. And you guys should go join the Headless Horde, by the way. That does good shit. You're a mod. Throw your link in the chat, motherfucker, if you're still here and paying attention. So no, I've got 3,000 watch hours now, Your Honor. 3,200 and change. So I just need 200 and what did I say? Yeah, 256 more subs while maintaining the watch hour count, mind you. And then I can get the what I call YouTube Partner Program Lite. That's just my personal name for it. Yeah, that's what, Brooke, that's what I'm saying. I mean, yes, I can't wait till I get monetized either, and I will appreciate every last little donation I get. But yes, you're right. Money is tight for everyone these days, which is why I don't expect a goddamn fucking thing. In that vein, like, I'm happy that y'all motherfuckers just show up and hang out and talk with me in the chat and, like, watch my shit. Like, I'm happy with that. Now, if on top of all of that, I can make a little chingling, cool. I mean, obviously, I ain't gonna be mad about that. Like, let's be real. I ain't gonna fucking be mad about making a little extra chingling off doing this shit. But, I mean, yeah. Do I want to get fully monetized through YouTube? Yes. Would I love to make this a living? Yeah. Is that likely? No. Being able to do this as a full-time job? No. Like, the people we watch that are big are both much more skilled and much more lucky than I am, or better planners at a minimum, but luck is always involved in anything like this. Let's be real. There's always a little luck involved, no matter how fucking good you are at something. If you reach the absolute top of something, there is always some luck involved. Okay, that's just real. That's just facts. That's just life. But I believe. I mean, just the fact that y'all are here is, I can't not, you know what I mean? But on the other hand, it's, it does take a certain confluence. To be like massively successful at anything, I don't care what it is. It takes a confluence of knowledge, skill, and a little bit of luck. Because you can have knowledge and you can have skill, but if Madam Luck ain't there to help with, like, say, the timing, you only get so far. But, like I said, if for whatever reason, if any of you ever decides to get an inkling to not wait for me to hit the YouTube monetization requirements, I pinned my PayPal at the top of the chat. It's a little weak. Yeah. There we go. So, just want to throw that out there just for shits and giggles. Just in case. So, just real quick, once again, to you guys, to the fun we have all in the to the fun we've all had in the basement, sláinte. Whew. Gotta say, it's been an interesting 2024, though. What do you think about it? Did DC do anything this year? Anyone remember? I don't think so. Marvel Studios only had Deadpool and Wolverine and 1.3 billion. Booyah. We've had from Sony, Madam Web, Venom: The Last Dance, and Kraven. Jesus Christ. Hey, let's face it. At the beginning of what up, Dan? Welcome in, bro. You got here just in time for me to be fairly well fucking toasted. Shit, I was thinking about you earlier. What did I say earlier? I can't goddamn remember. Creature Commandos? Oh. Oh, Griff, you are still here. Nice. You working? Deadpool & Wolverine's second highest grossing film of 2024 and highest grossing R-rated film of all time. Oh yeah. Yeah, that they're going to hold that record for a while. Probably. Yeah, because I remember coming out of 2023 and coming into this year like, okay, like 2023 was ass. And we're like, okay, 2024 should be better. And then not so much. Except for Deadpool and Wolverine for the most part. T.O. What's going on, man? You're partying right now? Excellent. Have a good time. Be safe, though, bro. Be safe, but have fun. Have fun and be safe. So yeah, in the Nerdverse, 2024 was unfortunately much more rough than what we were hoping for. Like, we were hoping for a better year than this. I mean, technically, it was horrible for Disney Star Wars. Technically, it was not that bad for Marvel. Because this year we got, from Marvel, on the high notes, we got Deadpool, Wolverine, and we got X-Men 97. Don't forget, X-Men 97 was this year. It was early this year, so it seems like it was a long time ago. But that was this year. And that shit was fucking magnificent. Deadpool Wolverine was so much fun. And it made 1.3 billion. But, yeah. Agatha, yes, Agatha was surprisingly good. Thank you, Brooke. Good call. Agatha was surprisingly good. Lot of props, not just to the actors on the show. Catherine Hahn, Joe Locke, the rest, whose names. Talk movie wise, yeah. It was a soft. Outside Deadpool Wolverine, it was a bad year movie wise. Rossi, what's going on, bro? How you doing? You got here at the perfect time. I am probably more toasted than Josh was last night in the lounge. I'm not even gonna fucking lie about that shit. Jack Schaefer especially, yes. Like, real talk, if Feige, and I've mentioned this before, you guys may remember me mention this before. She upped her writing game from WandaVision. She did. But if Feige was to ever go the route of like character or group of character czars, what's up, Rossi? Thanks for coming in, brother. I would, within a heartbeat, put her in charge of not the whole supernatural thing, but the area that handles Wanda, Agatha, and Billy, and probably, some of that. You were crushing it in COD? Nice. Speaking of gaming, Justin and a few other people in his community, and that also carry over into this community, finally got me to download Rivals, and now I'm fucking addicted. God damn it. I'm horrible. Let's be real. I am horrible. I'm terrible. I suck at that game. So bad. Thank Noah. He posted in Discord. Thank you, Noah. Well, if you joined my Discord, you'd know from that one, Rossi. Link's in my channel description. I mean, just saying. Or if you're not subbed to my channel, then hit that button and then hit the bell, and then you'll know that way too. Do both. Oh, by the way, my Discord link is also in my channel description. So is my Twitter link. TwitX, whatever you want to call it. You haven't played in 3 weeks? What the fuck? Executive Judge says, I think Wanda's going to migrate pretty soon to the mutant side of things when the X-Men pull up to this. Oh, definitely. See, and here's... I think she's going to be, I see you brought up her supernatural side. I think she's going to be both. But she's definitely going to be involved in the mutant side, and here's how I think they're going to play that. Or at least here's how I would play that. Let me put it that way, right? So, obviously, according to Age of Ultron, or was it Age of Ultron? Yeah, Age of Ultron, and I don't remember what movie they were previewed in. But so in Age of Ultron, it was the Mind Stone in Loki's scepter that gave them their powers, right? Her and Quicksilver and her brother. Just got your PS5 like a week ago. Nice. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So they got their powers from the Mind Stone, right? That was the whole reason why Wanda could, do the whole destroying the Vision's Mind Stone thing in Infinity War, yada, yada, yada. But here's how I think they should play it, and here's how I would play it. I would play it like it wasn't... The Mind Stone didn't grant her and Quicksilver their powers. The Mind Stone triggered their X genes that were already there. Brooke, throw your Rivals gamer tag into my Discord so I can send you an invite or whatever. Or actually, here. I'm pretty sure. I think this is, whoops. God damn it. There we go. I'm pretty sure that's my tag on Rivals. If y'all want to add me. Anyone who wants to add me. What was I trying to say? God damn it. Alright, you know what? I can't remember what I was going to say, but that's okay because I got to pee really quick. I'll be right back. I'll turn up the music a little bit. I'm not going to put on the break screen like I normally do, but I'll give you some tunes. You're the mustard? Lebanese cheese? That's awesome, bro. I like that. Lebanese cheese. What a magnificent tag. Oops. Did I do something? Did I fuck something up? I hit buttons on my keyboard and I don't know if anything happened. Ah! Ah! So, Samurai Lord 743. Nice. I need to watch YouTube videos on the characters I like too. I'm trying to play Iron Man right now because his difficulty is only 2 stars and I desperately need very low difficulty characters. In a couple games I've been forced into playing Star-Lord, who is fun. Like, my main problem with this shit is I am so horrible at movement and aiming. Okay, I'm just bad. I'm bad. Period. Bad. Like, just know that if you play Rivals with me, unless I find, like, a really good spot to just hover and blast motherfuckers without them ever seeing me, you're gonna be carrying my ass. Like, I'm just gonna... Christmas Eve? Oh, wait, no. I was on Christmas night. Star Wars Lord is basically Tracer and I can't play. Icarus! What's going on, brother? Thanks for coming in, man. Or if you've been here lurking, thank you for making your presence known. We'll put it that way, at least. Boomer. You know what, Noah? You can call me a boomer all you want, but that's my parents. But yes, I am a bit of a boomer. It's all good. Oh, now you're gonna call me a pussy? What the fuck? I mean, I am what I eat. Iron Fist is Dude, I fucking hate Iron Fist so much. Oh my god. I can't tell you how many times someone just snuck up behind me with him and just went and I was dead. And Hawkeye, fuck that dude. I've been one-shotted by Hawkeye more times than I can fucking count. Like, I watch the replay, he'll just be like, oh, look, there's that motherfucker. Boom, and I'm dead. One fucking shot. Agatha said something similar to what you're saying when she was taking Wanda through her life. That phrase could mean so many things. What? And you don't want to know the word I was saying. Bro, yeah, I kind of have to want to know now because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Hawkeye don't miss. That's what he says, and it turns out to be, at least with the motherfuckers I've seen playing him, pretty goddamn true. Or am I what? Y'all are losing me right now. But it's not your fault. You know, I can tell you who I blame for not being able to keep better track of the chat. I blame Evan Williams. It's his motherfucking fault. Oh, okay, I am what I eat, right. That is true. That is true, but I directly related it to Noah putting the cat emoji in the chat. And therefore, that means I am a big fan of cunning linguistics. But yeah, it's from this point forward, we blame Evan. I just want to put that out there. From now on, anything stupid or goofy that happens on this stream, however much longer I go, is Evan's fault. Iron Man and the Shark are my go-tos. Last time in Venom. Oh, Venom has stabbed the ever-living fuck out of me a few times on that game, and fuck Jeff. You've been playing best with Penny Parker. She's a force. She's a beast. I've seen her. Yeah. If you're good with that bitch, she is a badass. Cunning linguistics is crazy work. I suppose. I don't consider it crazy work. I consider it fairly, let's just say I get as much mental satisfaction out of engaging in cunning linguistics as much as the physical satisfaction I grant with my cunning linguistics. And it's a lot. Yes, Apple. I like a little flavor in my whiskey from time to time. Groot, yeah, Groot's a beast. Groot has fucked me up a few times as well. Bad day to be named Evan. Oh, Hella is a mean bitch too. I'm trying to think of who I haven't been killed by in a quick fashion. I've suffered from Iron Man on Iron Man crime. I've been fucked up by Star-Lord any number of times. Oh, Mantis. This one game. It was one of the I was playing quick match. That's all I play. I'm nowhere near good enough at this game to even think about playing. Right. So, I'm in this quick match, and it's one of the maps where it's like the 3-stage map. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And someone on the other team was playing Mantis, and oh my god, like that motherfucker that was playing Mantis just spent the entire match annihilating my ass. Education time is crazy. Can go after pretty much anything for our lingo. True. Haven't even played Groot yet. Dude, I've played 2 characters. I've played Iron Man and I've played Star-Lord. That's it. And I much prefer Iron Man because I suck so bad at movement. Trying to play Star-Lord, being in the middle of the melee, I die. I die a lot because I'm very, very bad with the movement. Iron Man is so much better for me because I suck with the movement, which means I just try and find a high spot and just hover and just try and shit on people from above. You just hit plat 3? Rock on, Noah. Well done, sir. Well done. Play a healer then? I should try a healer. hang out behind everybody and just heal them up so they can kill people. I should play a healer. That's a good idea, Dan. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's a good idea. That's a damn fine idea. I should try a healer and see what's up with that. I just need to spend time in the... Well, I would say I need to spend time in the practice range, but I've played in the practice range and shooting robots just ain't that much fun. All my glory goes to Groot. Nice. Hey, I mean... When you find that one character that works for you, you fucking grind it and slaughter motherfuckers with it. And build yourself up. That's what you gotta do. Take advantage of what works for you. I would love to take advantage of what works for me if I knew what the fuck that was. You've done good healing with Mantis and got some kills. Yeah, I've heard Mantis is a very well, I mean, I know she's damn good at killing, at least me. But yeah, no, Mantis is a pretty well-rounded character from what I've seen in my very limited experience. She's good at healing, and she's also good at fucking people up when they don't see her. Icarus says, I've seen a video where Loki goes invisible and sneaks to the target. Nobody noticed. Yeah, no, that does happen. I speak from experience. You can play against AI. It's way better in the practice range. Is that not the quick match? That's mostly what I do. I just hop in on a quick match and call it a night and just play. And I really, even though I am bad at it, this game for me is like golf. I'm very bad at it, but I still have fun playing it. Oh shit, I just realized I'm talking over a fucking... I never turned my music back down. Sorry, guys. Oops. There we go. Sorry about that. Adam Warlock was fun. Yeah, I've gotten fucked up by someone playing Adam Warlock as well. Yep. Executive Judge says, sometimes the characters you want to main end up being your worst character, and the character you didn't expect to enjoy actually fits you. That, yeah, I can see that. I imagine that happens a lot, probably. Accidentally chose the difficulty below expert and got demolished. What? How do you go to an easier difficulty and get fucked up? Got a quick match, and then bottom right it says play against AI. Okay. Well, thank you. I'll have to attempt to remember that. But my wife has had one drink out of this bottle. The rest is me. So I can't guarantee I'll remember that shit. It's all good. It was kind of a vibe. All right, Noah. I mean, hey, as long as you're happy with it, that's all that motherfucking counts, bro. That's all that motherfucking counts. All right, y'all. What y'all want to talk about? Like, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm done with like my planned news stories and all. But I am totally down to fucking continue the party, as it were, talking about whatever. We can keep talking rivals. We can talk whatever right now. I'm toasty, so like the barriers are down a bit. Take advantage of it while you can. And I'm going to once again engage in the part of attempting to have a successful YouTube channel that I really don't like to do, and that is self-promotion. Like, real talk, when I self-promote, it's like any other time, it's mostly in jest, in a somewhat self-deprecating manner. Any goals for 2025 besides growth on channel? Financial stability, or at least the closest approximation to it I can achieve, is definitely one of them. I mean, I've got a job I love finally, so that one's off the list. Finally, I love my job. Yeah, just kicking ass on this channel, and getting to the point where the wife and I are much less stressed about finances. That's really all I got. And if I kick ass on this channel, that could actually contribute at least a little bit to the other. You know what I mean? So, and also I'd love to drop about 20 or so pounds. We'll just throw that one in there too. Do I think 2025 will be a decent year for nerd pop culture again? Overall, yes, I do. Marvel, who even with its shortcomings the last few years is still the big boy on the block, is going to be making a comeback, for sure. Plus there's Superman, and Superman, actually, I forgot to mention this, and I meant to. Last night on the hot mic, Jeff Snyder, this is speculation on his part, but even his speculation is a little more than speculation because of how deep in to Hollywood he actually is. He speculated, pure speculation. Let me make that clear. What he said is pure speculation, and I'm just repeating his speculation. But he thinks Fantastic Four is going to trade spots with the Predator movie and come out in the fall. For Superman and the DC Studios and James Gunn, that is amazing motherfucking news. For Superman's potential total box office. Because I don't give a shit what all these gun dick riders say. Fantastic Four was going to be a big-ass wall that Superman was going to slam into 2 weeks after its release. And if Snyder's right, that means Superman is going to have at least another... when is the... supposedly... okay, I got it. Before I go any further... no. Is this Badlands? No, that's November 25. Okay, yeah. So yeah, Jeff thinks that maybe Fantastic Four and Predator Badlands will switch spots, which means Predator will then come out 2 weeks after Superman. And Fantastic Four will not come out till November. Which, for Superman, is magnificent news, box office wise. Because that means it's not going to run into the brick wall of Marvel Studios 2 weeks after it fucking comes out. Which annoyingly absolutely destroys everything I've been saying about how much money Superman is going to make. To people that I both chat with regularly on the TwitX and randomly tweet at. Chilling, going to start a Warhammer channel? No. I mean, Josh is how many hundreds of times bigger than I am, and even he doesn't have time for that shit? I ain't got time for that shit. I wanted to start I've technically started in every other subject but nerdy shit channel that I've posted one video to, and I've lost a sub. So, yeah, I ain't starting no fucking Warhammer channel. Not because I don't think Warhammer is cool. I've had friends that have played it. I've watched some of Luton's videos. The lore is actually pretty fucking sick. I just don't have the time for that shit. Is pretty much what that boils down to. But, yeah, I think 2025 is going to be a pretty good year for nerd pop culture. The only downer for next year is that a lot of the shit we're going to be getting on Disney Plus from Marvel specifically is a product dump from phases 4 and 5. Most of it. Not all of it. Daredevil Born Again is, as we all know, been redone under the new Marvel thinking. But most of the rest of it, not so much. You know, we've got, what do we got? We got Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man in January. In the cinema, then February we got Cap 4. And when it comes to Cap 4, all I'm looking for from that movie is to be able to walk out of the theater and go, all right, that was cool. That's it. I'm not looking to be like wowed. I'm not looking to be astounded. I'm just looking to not be like, God damn it. Basically, I just want to walk out there and go, all right, that was a cool movie. And that's all I'm looking for. And then in March, Daredevil Born Again, which is 9 episodes. So unless they do a double so we're looking in, if they do what a lot of Disney shit's been doing and drop the first 2 episodes the first week, that's still 8 weeks of that show. If they don't, then it'll be 9 weeks of that show, which runs us into March, April, which runs us into May, which is when we get the Thunderbolts. I don't know if there's going to be anything in June that drops, but July, at least for now, we get Fantastic Four. What other shows are there? We're going to get Ironheart in the fall. We're going to get Eyes of Wakanda towards the end of the year. We're going to get Marvel Zombies in October. That's all the animated. Yeah. Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, Zombies, Wakanda. That's your 3 animated. Cap 4, Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four is your 3 cinematic. Ironheart drops in June? Really? Shit. Okay. So what's the other live action besides Ironheart? Wonder Man, Ironheart. What's the other live action one? There's one more live action one. Oh, Daredevil Born Again. Duh. So, Ironheart drops in June? Okay, so we'll get Ironheart between, well, no matter when Fantastic Four drops, we're going to get Ironheart between Thunderbolts and F4. Yeah. And of course, that's just Marvel. Outside of Marvel, we got Superman next year. When does Spider-Man Noir drop? Does that drop next year? When do you premiere, motherfucker? Oh. There we go. When do you premiere, motherfucker? Yes, Beto, City. Blah, blah, blah. Set to debut in the US and MGM Plus before releasing globally on Amazon Prime. Series will consist of 8 episodes, but when? When do you premiere, you motherfucker? All right. Yeah. Debut in the second half of 2025. Okay, so we get that next year too. Cool. All right, so we get that next year too. When is Into the Spider-Verse Part 2? We don't have an exact date on that. But technically, well, we're talking Beyond the Spider-Verse, which is technically Part 3, because it's Into and Across, and then we got Beyond coming up. The absolute best you can hope for is 2026, but I would not be surprised if it doesn't take till 2027. But it might not. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, no sooner than 2026. Only God knows when that comes out. I mean, there's that too. But yeah, best you can hope for is 2026 on that motherfucker. But yeah, more than likely, right, no, more than likely 2027. All right, seal's broken. I got to pee real quick. I'll be right back. Y'all know how that shit goes. Y'all know how that goes. Don't act like you don't. You'll be old with an unplanned child by then. Oh, that's fucking funny, Your Honor. That's a good one. Okay. With great movie comes great waiting time. Yeah, for sure, Icarus. For sure. No, Shamik-less and making that process any fucking Shamik Moore, oh my god. That poor motherfucker. This is why Shamik Moore is why you always take at least an extra second or 3 before you push send. That poor dude, he got cooked so hard. Oh my god. He was being a bit creepy though, like honestly. Or at least, okay. Whether or not he was actually being super creepy, it was not hard to make it look like he was being super creepy. So, that poor dude. Just... I mean, none of us here are big and famous, so we can pretty much say or do or tweet whatever we fucking want for the most part without too many repercussions. But, goddamn, dude. You're not nobody. You're not nobody. Just, Bro has minus Riz. At this point, yes, he does. Like, I have negative art skill, and I have negative mechanical inclination, and Shamik has negative Riz. At least currently. That poor motherfucker. Ooh, doggies. Ooh, doggies. Alright, y'all. I think I'm actually going to get on out of this motherfucker. It is starting to get late. We've been at this. We've been partying a minute. I'm old. I got walls to sand. And I'm a bit toasty. So, it is that time. Yeah, negative Riz. Exactly. Excuse me. It is now that time, y'all. I would like to thank you all, number 1, for being here tonight. Number 2, for being here, well, let me start over. Number 1, for being here, period. Number 2, for being here tonight. Number 3, for hanging out with me this year. And if you've been hanging out with me longer than this year, then fucking A, thank you so much for that shit. Y'all are awesome as fuck. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And the proof is you hang out with this goofy motherfucker on purpose. So thank you for that. To engage in the shameless YouTube self-promotion, hit the buttons. Please hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know what the hell is happening here in the basement when it's about to happen. if the spirit so moves you, my PayPal link is pinned at the top of the chat. So you don't have to wait for me to be YouTube monetized to show tangible love. Again, if you so choose, I expect nothing. And unlike YouTube, you can pick any amount you want. If you want to be funny and send me a goddamn nickel, then do so. I don't give a shit. But yeah, if you want, I expect nothing, but if you want, that link is in the channel description and it is pinned at the top of the chat. Stop the Insanity says, I would like to say I'm here on accident, but I will be here on purpose next time. Well, dude, that is fucking awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Excellent. In terms of next time, and thank you for bringing that up. We're still in holiday mode next week with New Year's and shit. So where I normally would stream my normal nights, in case you don't know, Stop the Insanity, which you probably don't since this is your first time here, and thank you again. My normal live streams are Wednesday night and Saturday nights at 9. Lately I've been doing watch parties on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesday for, Skeleton Crew, and Thursdays for Creature Commandos. Like this week, next week, I'm not streaming Tuesday night or Wednesday. Tuesday night because that's New Year's Eve and I'll be celebrating, and Wednesday because that's New Year's Day and I'll be recovering. So next week I'll be doing, like I did this week, a double watch party on Thursday for both Skeleton Crew and Creature Commandos, and then the normal stream that I do every Saturday, except that'll be another kind of pseudo celebration. We'll be previewing the year coming up in 2025 with all our nerdy shiz. So that'll be next week. But after that, we'll be back to, because both those shows will still be going on. So it'll be Tuesday night watch party for Skeleton Crew, Wednesday night regular stream, Thursday night Creature Commandos watch party, Saturday night regular ass stream. Now, when both those shows stop, Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man will be picking up, I think, January 29th. My plan is for all of these upcoming shows to give at least the premieres a shot for watch parties, and then, if they're cool, I'll continue the watch parties through the season. If they're not, then fuck that shit. I got better things to do. But yeah, Wednesday and Saturday nights, those are the givens, except for next week because holiday. But yeah, Wednesday night, Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern every fucking week. Watch parties scheduled in when necessary or desired. Mostly when I want to. If I choose to like the show and do the watch party, I will. If the show, like I said, I'll be giving premieres a shot. You guys can count on watch parties at least for premieres. How far into the season said watch parties continue will depend entirely on how I like the show. But even if I don't do a watch party for a show, I will talk about it live on streams. So it's not like I will be ignoring these shows completely. I just may not dedicate extra time to them, if that makes any sense. So that's how things are going to be rolling on this channel for the foreseeable future. So thank you everyone for being here. Thank you all new subscribers, including you, Mr. Stop the Insanity, or Ms., whoever. Just keep in mind, this is a channel that tolerates no bigoted bullshit on here. I respect all the communities. I respect how they want to be addressed. Okay? So, but we have fun here. I joke a lot, in case you hadn't noticed. I'm a smarmy motherfucker. I like to fuck around. I like to crack jokes. I will crack jokes about myself. I will crack jokes on you motherfuckers. If you say goofy shit in chat, don't think you're going to be immune just because I love you. That makes you more of a target, not less, if I love you. So, yeah. Thank you, Stop the Insanity, for popping in Thank you, YouTube Rhythm, for sending Stop the Insanity Rhythm algorithm for sending Stop the Insanity and anyone else here. Yeah, like Noah said, I have a Discord link in my channel description. If one of my mods wants to throw the actual link into the chat, that would be dope. I would appreciate it. Yeah, that's about it. So next week specifically, another double feature Thursday night, and then another stream Saturday night, a week from tonight. That'll be the first stream of the new year, so we'll be basically, oh, thank you, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot, Stop the Insanity. I really do. I really, really do. Yeah, so Saturday, I meant to do a lot more kind of year in review shit tonight, but didn't quite go that way. But, I mean, if we think about it, how much was there really to review? Most of this year sucked ass. But yeah, next week, obviously, we'll talk about whatever nerdy news happened throughout the week. But we're also going to get into how we feel about what's coming at us in 2025. And then, yeah, watch parties and the regular Wednesday and Saturday streams after that. Thank you, Dan. Thanks, Brooke. Appreciate that. I don't know if I'll be getting into Rivals tonight to respond to all that shit, but Samurai Lord 743, nice. I'm probably not getting Rivals tonight to accept any of that shit, but next time I'm in, I will be accepting all of that. Fear not. Loving these watch parties? Awesome. So, yeah. So next week, Thursday and Saturday. After that, back to the regular streaming schedule of Wednesdays and Saturdays and whatever watch parties I decide to include on top of those. And, yeah, hope you all have an awesome new year coming up this week. Have a very safe new year. Have a happy new year. And we will see you hopefully Thursday night for the Skeleton Crew Creature Commandos double feature watch party like we had this past Thursday. Okay? Okay. Much love to you all. Thank you all for being here. Whether you've been here for a hot minute or whether you're new, like Stop the Insanity, I am grateful for any amount of time you choose to carve out of your life to spend here, because I am well aware how precious people's time is. So I'm well aware how cool it is that you choose to spend any of it here in the basement with me. So thank you very, very much. Have a safe and happy new year. Much love to everyone. And we'll see you next Thursday for a double feature watch party. All right? All right, baby. Much love, y'all. We'll see you Thursday. Peace. Oh, baby. Last stream of the year. I hope y'all had a good fucking time. I did. I think this is a pretty good way to exit 2024 here in the basement. Thanks, Griff. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for your thank you for your PayPal love from the other day. Appreciate that a lot. Yeah, y'all are awesome. That's just the bottom line. Stop the Insanity. I don't know if you're familiar with the Den of Nerds. And Josh, but you should get familiar with them. Most of us in here met through being Nerdvengers in the tower. In Nerdvengers Tower over at the Den of Nerds channel. That's how most of us know each other. Plus, some of us outside of that know each other from Justin's channel, Justified MF. Awesome motherfucker. Fun dude to watch while he games. Need to check his ass out. Thanks, Jon Snow. Happy New Year to you too, brother. Yeah, man, check out the replay. It was a fun show tonight. It was a fun stream. And on a side note, I really need to get Kendall in here to fucking drop bars over some of the beats I have. That's all I'm saying. Anyway. Y'all are the best. Y'all are an awesome community. I appreciate the fact that you choose to spend any time here at all listening to me blather about this shit. And I am eternally grateful for that small fact that y'all just have, for whatever reason, elected to hang here with me on at least even a semi-regular basis. Y'all are amazing for that shit. So, have a safe rest of your weekend. Have a safe New Year's Eve rolling into the new year. Have fun, but be careful. I mean, don't get me wrong. Party your asses off. Just be careful while you do it, or after you do it. Y'all know what I mean. And we'll see you Thursday for episode 6 of both Skeleton Crew and Creature Commandos on the watch party. Hey! And then a week from tonight for the first... Technically, the watch party will be in the first stream of 2024, or 2025. But next Saturday will, really be the first stream of 2025. Kind of like how Creature Commandos is technically the first project under the new DCO, but Superman is the one that counts for being the first project in the new DCU. Same deal. Watch Party's technically the first 2025 stream here in the basement, but next Saturday is going to be the first real stream of 2025. You know what I mean? Thank you, Dan. Happy New Year to you too, man. You have a good one as well. So, yeah. That's next week. And then, like I said, after that, back to the regular schedule of Wednesday night and Saturday night for the scheduled streams, and then whatever watch parties we work in on top of that. So much love, everybody. Be safe. Have fun ringing in the new year, and we'll see you Thursday for a double feature watch party. And with all that being said, remember this one thing. This one thing. And that is, wherever you're at, and whoever you're with, always keep it nerdy. Much love, people. See you next Thursday. Peace.